Greetings, good evening everybody, hello, how you doing? Welcome back to True Crime Metrix. We're going to have a further look at Jailhouse Calls with Charlie Adelson from November 11th, 2023. What was the date the other day? 7th? I think it was the 7th. Yesterday. I had to have, get it together Metrix, I had to have a little word with myself just now. I've decided, I'm just itching at the fucking chomping at the bit to go into a massive rant. I'm just telling myself, hey, hang on for 5 days, then it's going to be a non-issue. On the 30th of April, Judge Everett's going to tell us, and that's going to be okay. Fucking Jackie Filford's going to come up and tell us about the contents. Yeah, it's tough. I just hear all these little bits of chatter, and I really wish some of those big channels wouldn't... I wish they'd be better at resisting the urge to put out this misinformation tabloid shit based on nothing. And it's effective, gets everybody talking, imagining, embellishing, inventing, creating, coming up with just not even following a chain of okay, step 1, step 2, step 3, just jumping out and just throwing out ideas. Why? How is that helping? That's just gambling. All it is gambling. But if I am so lucky to be in the position where I can see that, then the greatest sin of all would be to rub it in the face of others. So I'm really trying not to do that. I'm trying not to let this dish rag tabloid media get to me. But it's not easy, I just think it's... When a big channel puts out that kind of stuff, they lose a huge amount of credibility in my eyes. To me personally. Obviously it's good for them, they get all the clicks. Empty clicks. Meaningless clicks. Yeah, well, all we gotta do is wait for 5 days and then Judge Everett's gonna tell us what's what, so... No need for me to go into a rant. I know it sounded like that was a rant, but believe me, it could have been a lot worse. Anyway, focus. Focus on the things that matter. Where are we? We're going with some jailhouse calls. Let's see what they say. I don't know what they're going to say. Oh, not this one. No. We need the other one. The better one. The Metrix one.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse,
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
It's turning up.
Hi, Charlie. Hey, Dad, how are you? Pretty good. Just the usual.
Just the usual.
Right. Not much going on. Just the usual.
Oh, Charlie, you're so hip. Is that how they all talk down at the shuffleboard court? Just the huge. Bartender, could I get a couple of the huge?
Just the huge. That's all.
God, he said it 3 times already. Let's go back and hear that again. I'm going to turn it up for us,
charges
guys.
and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To refuse, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hi, Charlie. Hey, Dad, how are you? Pretty good. Just the usual. Right. Not much going on. Just the usual. Just the usual. That's all. Gotta look at the usual.
It's another example of these phraseologies getting bounded around, isn't it? He's got that from Charlie, because Donna laughed in the background, like he's saying, something that Charlie would say, just the huge.
If people ever complain about the stress of practicing dentistry, they got no idea. That's right. That's right. That's right. You know how many people you talk to and they're like, oh.
What are you saying, Charlie, that it's more stressful to be on trial for murder? Yeah, I'll bet.
So stressful dentistry is like, no. Yeah, you worry about the stress that if the procedure doesn't go right, automatically you get sued. You know, and you get sued for free because you have someone that says, oh, just... Yeah, no, I was saying that it's, there's other things in life more stressful than dentistry. Yeah, I know exactly. Dentistry ain't that stressful. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah. So, I spoke to Alex a little bit, and I talked to him, and he said, you know, that he said he was going to talk to you later today. You know, he said No, of course not. Sorry.
Who's Alex?
I was having the young lady that I'm with giving me an outline of you know, the conversation I could have with you. No, she wasn't really. So anyway, that's the situation. Taking care of a lot of stuff, getting stuff, you know, just organized.
He's got friends in good places.
Yeah.
For example, Gary.
Yeah, Gary. Gary's been really good, and you know, they all are concerned about you, and you probably. Do you have Gary's number? If you want to call him and talk to him. Yeah, originally I wanted him to be on my attorney-client number so I could call him as an attorney. Yeah, and then
the gavel telephone.
Yeah.
That's actually.
If you don't mind. Yeah, if you don't mind.
I really love Acapella's comments. You know, always consistently, they're really good. I was reading comments under a Karen Reed video. Metrix was right. It's very polarizing. What's wrong with you idiots? Even a child could see she's guilty innocent.
Have Gary call up the jail and give him his cell number and have him listed as an attorney for me here. And that way, if I ever... Yeah. He is my lawyer before. I have consulted with him on stuff. So if I have stuff that I need to talk to him about, I can call him up and talk to him. Right. No, that's perfect. I'll take care of that.
When we get off that.
Yeah, I'll take care of it even faster than that.
When we get off.
Okay. Yeah. I'll get that for you. Yeah. Because John Hader registered as a lawyer at the jail for me. He's been my lawyer.
Yeah, I think that's going to be our next video, Acapella, just to test the clickbait tabloid bullshit. 800 billion emails have been dropped on the defense, and Donna Adelson's trial will be cancelled indefinitely. Full on issues. So that's why I call it John Hader. It says it says, you know, this is an attorney. This is a non-recorded call. This is an attorney. And even when I call Ramsey, it says the same thing. I called Ramsey yesterday. I talked to him for a few minutes. For a while. Oh, you spoke to him for a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, I sent him a text this morning. Yeah. I was some other things I was dealing with, so I sent him a text. I don't think. Oh, we got our code busted. Talk jury to me. What's the code, jury? Did I miss something? The shuffleboard code. The huge. The huge. How do we spell huge? How would you spell huge? I don't know. He spent like 45 minutes an hour talking to me the other day. Oh, nice. Very good. Yeah, very good. Well, I sent it because It's November 11th, I believe, jury. Have his personal cell, so I sent it there. And
I'll get back to you. Always give him a day. Always give him like 2 days to respond in case he's slammed.
Yeah.
He hasn't done it, so I'll be honest with me.
1 second. Do you want to ask Charlie about?
Oh, yeah. Mom asked me anything about Hasselbach that you want me to take care of, or you just want me to take care of it?
Well, I mean, Steve said that they would settle for that amount, which is pretty much what I paid in legal fees.
Okay.
So this is a few days after the conviction, folks. So they've settled down. The shock has gone away. It's back to business. It's back to Adelson business. It's about, oh, put this in my name and sell that to this person. They agreed this price, blah, blah. It's quite funny. None of it matters. What is this all for your appeal? Good luck with your appeal, Charlie.
All right, let
That's
me.
what he told us a while ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
I'll
they
give him a call.
Yeah, I think they still owed me that 500. You know, but I wouldn't obviously get any more because of how the case.
Yeah.
I hope it's 500,000, Charlie, because $500 right now, it's not going to help you, man.
What?
All right. Let me.
Just wanted to know if it was okay with you with Dad Paul.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I talked to him. That's crazy. That case was supposed to be the first week of December.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This is the winner, Jerry. USGGHE, the huge. Just the huge.
We have that all
Just a bit of the old huge.
worked out. Yeah. He had called me about that too, and he had said, I said, yeah, it's okay. And he said, he'll probably get an extension anyway, he said. So,
Yeah.
all right, so that's
So it's like I'll probably get back what I paid in legal fees.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's, I'll talk to them. I didn't want to do anything about that until I spoke to you.
Yeah, I just think that's probably I just don't see the point. There's nothing to do there anymore. The crazy, something crazy is that week I got arrested on Thursday. We were in negotiation, and it was going to be settled on Friday. We were already in a bracket. I don't know if I ever told you that, but we were already in a bracket working it out. And it was about a day or two from being done.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Those are funny. Those are some of the quote coincidences, whether they are or not. This one, I don't know.
This wasn't a coincidence. It was literally like we were. It was getting done. I mean, that was my conversation on Tuesday. It was that by Friday we didn't have a real number, probably around 1.15, 1.8, and it was going to be either that or go to trial.
Yeah.
That was a day or two away.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's like having the winning lottery numbers, but for the previous lottery, not the lottery that's running today.
You know what? So what?
Oh, words of wisdom from Harvey Adelson, everybody. Yeah, it's like having the winning lottery numbers, but for last week's lottery, not the lottery today. So useless as fuck, then.
Yeah, one step at a time.
Yeah. What did you say the winning previous lottery numbers were today?
No. What I was trying to, the idea, I guess your dad, he doesn't make it that clear, but Mom's lived with me so long, so she understands. She can almost finish the sentence. So when you were trying to get to clear that up, Mom was starting to clear it up how I meant it. I meant you get.
Fucking hell, man. Get this man to a care facility quickly, because he's lost it. This is not so early onset dementia. What is he talking about? Mom, finish my sentence that I'm still saying.
numbers today, but it was for the winning lottery of the last winning lottery, not the numbers that you're, for this week's one. That's the kind of thing.
Okay, someone put this guy under a mental acuity test. Repeat after me, Harvey. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wrong.
Anyway,
Hold on a second. Dad's got some stuff he's got to finish up before his paperwork comes in.
Yeah, get him off the phone. Fucking hell. You give that guy a golf club, he'll probably try and fuck it.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, that would be good. Let Gary put his cell on for my...
yeah, I think that's
that way
important.
For my contact list. But let him put it on as my attorney, because my attorney before him.
Right. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, I guess just settle it with Berkshire.
Yeah.
You want to know something crazy? I can tell you lots of things crazy, but my buddy John Cook, when I was telling him how much I was spending on paying my attorneys for my disability stuff and all that stuff, he would say to me, he goes, "You're crazy. You need to be buying Bitcoin." He's like, "There's so many great investments out there." I said, "Well, which one stock I should buy?" He's like, "Tesla." He's like, "This is August, September of 2019. Tesla was like $270 a share." And he's like, "Look, instead of going after your disability people with all that money," he said, "you need to be buying Tesla. You need to be buying
disability people. Yeah, we got to invest in the disabled." Do you know how many grants they get? Those greedy wheelchair people? Huh? We gotta get a piece of that pie. Oh, he's still got it going. He's still got the magic touch. The stock touch.
He's like, "Screw this," because you can make so much money out there. There's so much opportunity. He's like, "No, I hate all the money."
Crutches, back support devices, wheelchairs. We can have it all. $2 a share.
Like, "Oh, I pay 20 years of premiums. Then I spend another $500,000 suing them." And I'm like, "No, they owe me the money. My back's fucked up." He said, "Just forget it, man. Forget it. Just buy Tesla, buy Bitcoin." Thinking like, I'm tired of following people's advice. And there you go. And I'm like, oh my God. Like that's all he did. He's like Tesla and Bitcoin. It's like two big investments.
Yeah. You know.
Didn't Tesla just crash the other day?
He's giving me a lot of good advice this year that I'm following. Things like Jesus, John Cook, too.
Then there's the other issue. Did you ask Charlie about what's going on with the no-net? The no-net loan.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know.
Yeah. I have to find out what to do about that because how much does he still owe? $70,000.
Just going to come after me if I don't pay it.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah, and now they'll definitely know where to find you. Yeah, it's a lot of license plate making. How many license plates do you have to make to pay $70,000?
That's the point. I mean, the over $800 a month is still coming out of your.
You were so smart, Charlie. You were so smart. I remember when you said to me, "It's crazy not to take the loan out. It's 1.5%."
Yeah, no. And the thing is, if you pay every single month, they knock another point off of your percentage, or it's 27 years instead of 30-year payment. They not like if you don't miss a payment for 5 years, they drop it down another percentage point. So it went from 299 to 199. That was when you were building the office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I'll take out the loans, use money through the office or something. Fine. I'll max out my loans. So I'll talk to Dan.
You know, maybe I'm a giant sucker, but I've just never been attracted or into this kind of business model at all, you know. Service, yes. Stack 'em high, sell 'em cheap, yes. Product that's better than anything else on the market, yes. The #1 true crime YouTube channel in all of Portugal, yes. Stocks, not so much. Just, I'd probably be pretty good at it. I can do math.
Talk to Dan about that if you want to talk about finances now. Charlie.
So, well, I just want to get it done right, because I don't want whatever you have to be attached in any way. I don't want anything held up because of something like that. So I need to see whether or not we let it go at these amounts.
Yeah,
maybe just let it pay out that way.
1.625.
Maybe it make more sense to just let that amount come out every month, rather than just take the balance and just pay it. Right?
No. I would pay $800 a month. Don't just pay $80,000 to them.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I thought you were talking about not. Yeah, let it just come out.
That's.
I mean, yeah, no, because let it just come out, because the interest rate is 1.65%. Like, everything's going to appreciate more than 1% a year. You need a 4% bond.
That's right.
So you're better off if you're getting a 4% bond than looking to pay something off that was 1%. That's like no inflation.
You know what the money market is paying now, Charlie?
Regular money market.
Regular money market that I moved some stuff into, 5%.
Right.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Mike was saying car loans are like 9%. It's crazy. I would have thought, to be honest with you, when they put the home loans at 8%, car loans at 9%, the economy was going to crash. I guess people have saved up so much money that the people who have money are floating.
That's right. That's right.
They're happy.
I'm shocked actually at the car loans.
Yeah. I mean, the industry.
Lee Carp says, how about BTC, Frank? BTC, what is that? BTC. Bitcoin. What about it? What do I know about it? Nothing.
It's just amazing that the loans went up so much. There's 2 wars going on. There's Iran, there's Russia, there's China. There's more instability in the world.
Ukraine, Israel,
Michelle, how you doing?
Yeah, all these wars, all over the place.
We've got a nuclear submarine now offshore.
Offshore. Offshore.
Sure, I've got.
Yeah, and I guess it's
aimed for Iran.
Yeah.
Can I have some water, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot going on in the world. None of it is particularly good.
Yeah, you got Ukraine at war with Russia. You got Israel basically almost in war with the whole Middle East. You got China that wants to take over Taiwan.
Right.
And
we have a fleet of ships that is nowhere near what China has, and we're all over the place. So between Ukraine, and between Israel, and between China, got a big mess going on.
And then you got Iran, who's now attacking U.S. soldiers with drone attacks. That's right. I heard on the news that we launched an attack in Syria on Iranian-backed troops.
That's right.
I mean, we just bombed Syria. We got so much going on. There's no way. If China ever wanted to take over Taiwan, now's the time to do it. And
Okay, he's just received life in prison, no parole, and he's talking, if China ever wanted to take over Taiwan, now's the time to do it. If I were President Xi, I'd go in now. What the fuck? You got bigger problems closer to home, man. Don't worry about President Xi, okay? In Taiwan right now. Life with no parole.
We know it too. Because how much can we deal with at one time?
Yeah. Not as much as we're taking on now.
No, it's becoming more and more. And Ukraine is slowing down and Israel's starting up.
Yeah.
But they're smart. They're smart about Syria because it's kind of telling them that, like, we're not afraid to jump in.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Sending a message that, like, okay, we're not afraid of using military again.
Unfortunately, from what I've been reading and listening to, our military has not kept up with what we should have. It's a little behind the times.
This is like normalizing, right? They're just like forgetting about the big issue that's just happened. They've just spent fucking close to what do we reckon, 5 million on that defense? I mean, $1 million to Josh Dubin. I think it was $1.2 million to Rashbaum. More probably to Rashbaum over the 6 years. I mean, he was retained in 2016, apparently. So he says. I'm sure they had, you know, these hire these kinds of criminals. They hire like retired FBI guys to go through the wiretaps, right, and all stuff like that, looking for reasons to get them thrown out. They would have had their own investigators, that sort of stuff. I mean, plus other expenses. You know, it's got to be getting close to $5 million they've just blown on a nothing defense. So let's have some normalizing conversation. Let's talk about if I were President Xi and I wanted to take over Taiwan, now's the time.
Times and has not produced as much as we should have in years. So, you know, we are a superpower in a lot of ways, but in some ways we're not. So
yeah, I'm sure they've been ramping stuff up for the last year.
You know, where we get a lot of the supplies to make the weapons.
China.
There you go.
China.
The type of people like Adelson's talking politics, right? They only talk politics for one reason, is to say what they would do as opposed to the people in government, right? I suppose that's why most people talk politics, really. You know, that's generally the theme. But yeah, with these guys especially these guys.
Yeah, but listen, we're also like the largest importer of Chinese goods. So if the United States stopped importing stuff from China,
they'd be
crash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you look at how much of the gross domestic product that China exports to the U.S., I'm sure it's a decent number. It's enough that it would crash their economy and crash our economy.
I'm not convinced of that, Charlie. You know, it's not just fucking all the swimming pool inflatables and the fucking patio furniture. I mean, they do raw materials that goes into everything globally. Plus, you know, they've got all that African railroad stuff going on. I mean, yeah, I think China would be okay. If the US pulled the plug on China, I think they'd survive.
I think the people in charge, both sides, know that. We'll basically screw each other over.
Yeah. It would not be good. It's just a mess. I mean, every time I haven't looked at much news. I think actually last night was the first time we put.
You heard the debate, because the debate.
Oh, so the debate. It was
the debate was here at the Adrian Art Center.
The Republican.
All the roads were blocked.
That didn't matter to us. We weren't out there, but
all the roads were blocked.
Yeah.
And 95, the traffic was at a standstill. The cross bridges were closed, and Trump was in Hialeah.
Well, he does his own thing.
All the other candidates were at the Adrian Art Center. Trump was at.
He's doing a rally.
He was in Hialeah doing a rally.
He did a big rally. I bet he got more press coverage.
Well, of course. Of course.
Yeah, no, he.
Hey, listen to Paul. Have you seen this? Have you heard this guy Ramaswamy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Jeez. I mean, we listen.
Ramaswamy is the one who said that Trump is the greatest.
Yeah, the greatest president of all time. Yeah.
I heard him say that.
Yeah, but he's crazy, and he talks over everybody. He's rude as can be, and they can't control him.
He went after the moderator yesterday. I've never seen that before.
Never saw that.
He started to tell the moderator that.
But it was done by NBC.
Yeah.
So it was done by, I don't know, what's his name? Lester Holt.
Lester Holt.
And some others. And Lester Holt asked him just a question, the same question he asked all the other candidates. And he, instead of answering the question as they all did, he just went after him, letting him know that you have no right to be the moderator. This should have been Tucker Carlson, should be somebody who knows Republican values. I mean, he's just asking basic questions. They weren't slanted or anything. But he's a hothead. He's a real rabble-rouser.
He went after Nikki Haley's daughter.
Oh, my God. You know, the one thing you don't do?
He's a rabble-rouser. He's a mischief maker.
Yeah. Doing this is you don't go after children. You want to go after other candidates. Go ahead. So they were talking about TikTok and China and the effect that that's having on a lot of people and all the, right now, especially because of what's going on in Israel, all the anti-Semitic stuff that's been disseminated on TikTok. And so Nikki Haley's complaining about it. All of the candidates said it's horrible.
And so Ramaswamy says, your daughter uses TikTok, doesn't she? And Haley lost it, and she said, keep my daughter's name out of your mouth. You are scum.
Yeah. I mean, probably don't go after the debate.
You are scum. And then, you know what? He showed up. I saw the end of the debate because he had his wife there, and he had another family member there. So he was doing that.
Yeah, the family.
And now he's going.
And then he goes after the child. In any case, it was the first actual TV that we've seen, and it was pretty shocking. But it was interesting that they held it down here, and that Trump, he does that all the time. He does his own little rallies wherever, but he doesn't show up on a debate stage.
He's already won by not showing up. The only thing you're going to do is screw it up.
That's right. He shows up on a debate stage and doesn't properly answer. It's a problem.
Christina, it's 2023.
They're not coming.
November 11th, 23.
He's not going to help. Listen, nobody's going to like him who didn't like him before. So you're better off just doing a rally and having people who like him show up. Yeah, I see his point. I think he's very smart. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was convicted on. I think he was. Oh, what was it now? It was. I think he's yet to be sentenced, right? He was sentenced later. He was convicted at the beginning of November. I don't remember the date. The 6th, maybe?
It's funny. I remember once I was sitting with Grandma. They had talked about Donald Trump running for president. This was like in the early 90s. grandma said, she's like, I would vote for him. And she said, he said, you know, when you have a rich man as president, who has really things to make money for themselves. I mean, it is Donald Trump in that.
Charlie,
in 1990.
you have such a good memory. I didn't remember that until you just phrased it. That is exactly how my mother would have said it. That it's good to have a rich man as president because then they don't.
Man, I wish we could learn more about Mama, Big Mama Donna. It wouldn't be Mama Adelson, would it? She's Mama Adelson. What was Donna Sue? What's her last name? Her maiden name? Donna Sue. Somebody tell me, quick. I always forget this, and whenever someone reminds me, I go, of course. Yeah, no, she sounds like a real character, huh? And Donna clearly idolizes her. Jacobs. Donna Jacobs.
Have to do favors and things for other people. I mean,
thank you, Robert.
He's not looking to use the office to make money.
Yeah.
But look at Joe Biden. I mean, honestly, look at Biden. He's a perfect example. He literally has been a public servant his whole life. So he's never made.
Ooh, look, Lenny's got a non sequitur trivia question. What were the two types of crab salad Donna was considering when ordering the lobsters for Mother's Day? I have no idea. I remember that the boys were offered fried chicken. Is it that time? Enlighten us. Or has someone had a guess here? I don't know. What were the two types of crab salad Donna was considering when ordering the lobsters for Mother's Day? Soft shell and blue. Well, soft shell crab is the best.
150, 200.
And ironically, the Vietnamese version is fantastic. Little light salt batter with some chili dipping.
Adelson, where are these $5 million checks coming from?
I don't know.
Like, why was his son Hunter Biden was making $500,000 a month from Burisma, from being on the board of directors of the Ukrainian energy company? You know, they asked him when he was on an interview. They go, "What do you know about energy?" Nothing. I got hired because my dad was the vice president of the United States.
That's right.
I mean, he knows nothing about energy. They asked him, it was like on Good Morning America or something, I had on there. And they said, "What do you know about energy? What's your background in energy?" You're an energy company. $500,000 a month. So I just remember Graham was saying that you want a rich man as president because you're not going to be looking to steal you can make money.
That's right.
But he's already got his money. His family's not going to be any richer because he's president.
That made me feel good to hear you say that, actually, that you remember what you said. Wow.
When people were saying that Trump was going to be president, I remember thinking, like, holy shit, Grandma said she voted for him. But keep in mind, this is like, not now.
You heard it in 2016. What year could that have been?
Early 90s, 92.
Yeah.
That would have been 30 years ago.
Talk about. He was a thing to talk about in New York, for sure.
He was in his late 40s and like the most successful New York developer.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway. So that's,
all right.
So Dan's working on a bunch of different things.
He is. We are. Everybody is. Dan, I said, was about 3 to try because he wasn't 100% sure he'd be with his kid or the doctor or whatever. But he says, let him at least try me. He said, even if I can talk for a little bit. And then he says, if not, he knows to call me at night. That's fine. And then what was the other?
Donna, Dan Rashbaum is handling you. Let him at least try and call me. Because, I don't know if I'm going to be with my kid or at the doctor or at the doctor with my kid. So he can try. Oh, I love that bit when the verdict came in and then Charlie turned to Daniel Rashbaum at defense table and was like, okay, what's our move here, Dan? What's our play? You know? And Dan Rashbaum said, well, you know, you can hire an appellate lawyer, but don't spend a ton of money because, you know, these things are hard to win. Oh. Well, it's just what you don't want to hear. And I love the fact that Charlie Adelson was just like, okay, there's the conviction. So what's our move now? There's no more moves.
I think Alex said, what did he say before? After one? After one today?
After one.
If not, he said after 10. After 10 tomorrow, I think he said. Okay.
Yeah. But, you know, I had said to Dan, I said, look, you could have done this case 100 times in Tallahassee. You never would have won. And his response to me was, not with that jury.
That's right. I know. That's what he told me.
But here's the thing. It's not just that jury. Because he didn't have one that gave a shit on the jury. And it's not just the jury. It's the state decided to do a summation of the case. It's turning it into everything but what was said in the courtroom. Took and twisted everything that had nothing to do with me. You got nothing to do with me. Wendy got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that, you know, there's surrounding factors that show your culpability, Charlie. You know, the Donna emails, the Wendi, you know, evidence that she hated living in Tallahassee and wanted to relocate but couldn't because Dan Markel had the, you know, the court on his side with the custody arrangement. You know, that all factors in to why you took your drastic step. He's like, well, they said evidence that had nothing to do with me. I didn't write those emails, and I didn't write a book that hated Tallahassee. Yeah. What's your point, man? What's your point?
Sure.
But they made it. And I said this to Dan a long time ago. I said, Dan, they're going to hate me out there. They're going to make me out to be somebody I'm not. They don't have to like you. None of these people are going to like you on this jury. You just have to know that you're innocent. But I said, Dan, if they hate me, but it's a difference if you hate me because you hate me. It's different when you're making it seem like these people hate Tallahassee and they look down on you in Tallahassee. And it becomes you rich white Jew.
Should we read one of Donna's emails as he's talking about them? I'll pull one out.
Like Nazis from Miami who did this, and you're horrible people, and you hate and you laugh at the people of Tallahassee. I mean, once these people from Tallahassee think down laughing at them, they're just going to go with their common sense. And unfortunately, when you tell people to go with your common sense, and the ex-wife showing up at the team, and she's leaving 48 hours later, I think anybody's common sense would just say there's something has to have been. She has to be a part of it. No, it's a coincidence. Hard to explain away a couple crazy coincidences tied in with other things, and that's when it becomes like you just take someone's life for it. That's not reasonable doubt.
No,
reasonable
but
doubt means like.
We know what reasonable doubt is, and there was tons of it, and it was delineated for them, and it was explained to them. But Charlie, honest to God, it didn't matter. Just what they knew what they were going to do for. They knew what they were going to do.
For Dan to say to me on Friday, I said, "How's everything coming in? I mean, how's it looking?"
How's it looking? I love that other thing that Charlie's sat with Dan Rashbaum at defense table, And Dan Rashbaum writes something down on a post-it note and then shows it to Charlie. And it says, "We will win." Oh. Let's see about this. Emails. So this is from May 3rd, 2013. So before the divorce is finalized. And what? 15 months before Dan's killed. Dear Wendi, okay, just saw this email this morning. Obviously his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he's trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if to prevent any action your attorney must respond or not. Only you and she know that. However, Jibbers has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten, his way. His job allows for lots of time off for him to put into his project, this project. And you know as well as I do that all the research he's done on different case law to prove his point is his research, not his attorney's. No matter who did it, he is quoting 13 cases to show why the court should basically throw out your petition. Is Kristen answering this? Does it require an answer to make sure that this is not seen by the court as ignoring his rights? I don't know. You need to find out. The most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable. Lots of things are negotiable. That's the one thing that you cannot let her think, okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job, so that you can spend significantly more time with the children. Yeah, right. Significant more time with Julio, the immigrant pool boy who loves to clean her filter. Which requires teaching hours, office hours, court appearances, meetings with med school people, and multiple trips away from home. Those trips need to be coordinated by a very angry man who will not be cooperative with you in this regard. For example, this past weekend, you had your annual conference for... At the same time, his regular NYU crap was taking place. He didn't say, I go to NYU every month and this is your annual meeting. I'll stay with the children and you go. Of course not. Danny thinks he's a very important person. And as always, he and his needs come first. So, without your parents as backup, one of you would have had to stay home with the children. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother worked full-time in the family's dental practice until September, when she felt she was needed by you for the well-being of the children, to get them through a transitional time with people who love them and see them frequently, and with whom they share great affection. Your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time have caused a decrease in the practice income and the loss of some patients who feel that it's either not being run the same way as when my mother was there full time, or that my father is unable to see patients with problems and has referred them to other offices during his absences. Additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. What does that mean exactly? So Charlie bought the practice and now has decreasing monthly income statements because Harvey's not there? I mean, he bought the practice, so it isn't fair to him to here in Tallahassee. My brother is unmarried and is a wonderful uncle to Benjamin and Lincoln. If I am able to relocate to South Florida, they will have an incredibly warm and loving family as an integral part of their lives, not an occasional 2-day weekend trip to visit. Response. Brief background. 1. This is a no-fault divorce state, so his nonsense about no marital infidelity or abuse doesn't matter. However, a hot temper and verbal abuse is what you need to emphasize that you suffered under his reign. Narcissistic personality disorder causes major problems in a marriage. You should know, Donna. Especially when one believes that because he attended Harvard undergrad and Harvard Law, he's clearly better and smarter than anyone else, including you. Well, he's certainly smarter than Wendi, but, she's never really been into actually making any achievements, only the appearance of such. Only an idiot like him would write that he should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children. Clearly, no one, including you, is as smart as he is in those regards. The money you moved into an account for you was exactly half to the penny of the joint account, which is marital assets. The furniture you took, not including a TV, right, Donna? The furniture you took was the bare minimum: a bed for you to sleep on for the guest bedroom, a bed for you to sleep on from the guest bedroom, one nightstand, and your dresser. You took 2 chairs that you bought 5 years ago at a neighborhood furniture store's closeout sale for $50 each. You have receipts to show all the new furniture you purchased to relocate to a safe place. You absolutely must emphasize that the only reason you left when he was out of town is because of the threat. You'll leave without your children, without a penny, and just with the clothes on your back. This is another one of those completely... They love just writing these scripts, right? It's so easy to tell when one of these quotes has come from Donna's imagination, right? They all have the same sort of periodic, what do you call it? Periodic nuance. You'll leave without your children, without a penny, and just the clothes on your back. It's super important for the judge to get the message that this guy is a big bully. I know she'll be able to read that when you submit copies of some of the emails he sent you. He feels if he said nothing, that's it. Well, that's not it. He says you did this while he was on a short business trip. How about how many trips to conferences, etc. this man has taken? How much time away from his family? You have all those documented. Now you need to sit down and figure out how many days away that's been. How about adding to the How about adding to that all his 2-week trips to Israel, especially when you were at the end of your pregnancy? Sweet, caring, concerned husband. He talks about not knowing where the children were. Incorrect address. I made a mistake on the address. For the first 6 weeks. Let the court know that although he was never particularly interested in the children prior to the divorce, he was advised to keep a diary and make sure that he shows his interest now. You arranged to meet him the very next day with Alan and Lynn Grossman, mutual friends, and the children at a local yogurt shop so that he could see the children were fine. You were in fear of his temper, and so you did not want to reveal your address. However, 4 days after the separation, you arranged to bring the children to his house as his parents were going to be in town, and they were there for the Rosh Hashanah holiday with them. The following week, on one of his uninvited treks to your office, don't they work in the same building? After he threatens you with federal kidnapping charges, which of course now he recants like he does anything he can't believe he actually did, you gave him your address. That was 1 week after separation, not 6 weeks. He says you took non-marital assets. What? He says the children were 3 and 1 at the time this took place. Ben was 3 and Lincoln was 23 months. Well, that would be 1. You're not 2 until you're 24 months old. 1 month before his 2nd birthday. He talks about both being well-paid professors with stable jobs. Yours is not a tenure track job, and with the economy as it is, there is no guarantee it will be there in the future. His trash talking to various faculty members about your mental instability has also poisoned your work environment, making it extremely difficult for you to continue to function there in the same way as you previously did. Your job also pays you half of what his job pays, so on your own it is not feasible to continue to live even in the home you are currently renting. You have borrowed a considerable amount of money from your parents and must repay it for furniture, legal fees, moving expenses, etc. My parents have paid all grocery bills up to this point, for which I will also have to reimburse them. Well, what are they paying her? She was a professor at Florida State. You know, I'm willing to bet that there's people, single mothers, living in Tallahassee on a lot less income. I do not want to dip into the money from our marital account, as that will have to go towards supporting my children and for their future. What, the $350,000 or around about there? Yeah, I don't want to dip into that. Oh. According to Jibbers, the relocation must show that the current arrangement for the children is deficient from the perspective of the children, and that relocation would advance their interests. What? According to Jibbers, the relocation must show that the current arrangement for the children is deficient from the perspective of the children, and that relocation would advance their interests. That's a badly worded sentence. I'm not even going to bother trying to work it out. This is something that we have reviewed numerous times in other papers, Wendi. Review all that we've put together in this regard rather than have me repeat it. Obviously, the number one reason is significantly more income for you in a job that will also give you significantly more time with the children. For children at this tender age, nothing is more important than spending quality time with them which your current job does not permit. The financial freedom which will accompany this job will allow you to provide educational and outside activities and lessons for the boys that would not be affordable under your current salary. 2, the ability for our children to spend quality time with my parents and my mother, a retired elementary school teacher, would be a huge bonus to our children's academic and social progress. In my parents' home, each child currently has and would continue to have their own rooms with appropriate beds, furniture, books, and toys. Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years, since the birth of our first son, taking him to synagogue with him as an infant so that he could absorb the music and the prayers. He has done the same with our second son. This is also to show the congregation what an attentive father he is. The fact remains that the children are watched by teenage children of other congregants in a sort of playroom while the services are going on. Mr. Markel picks one of them up to come back out at certain parts of the service to hear particular hymns, and then returns them to the care of babysitters. This is done rather than allowing them to remain home with me. When I protested, he insisted. He always gets his way. There are no Hebrew day schools in Tallahassee. Mr. Markel seems intent upon religious training, but feels that only he could provide the best religious training for our children. Yeah, he doesn't want them to eat shrimp wrapped in bacon on Skype calls. He is indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys. My home in Broward County is close to many of these schools and midway between Dade and Palm Beach schools. I hope your attorney is researching cases when relocation was granted and what the circumstances were. Also, all cases are different, and because one case didn't allow it, doesn't mean that should prevent another case from receiving that benefit. Well, I think that's the idea behind case law, right? So that we can see how a previous case was judged under the similar circumstances and refer to that as the way the current case should be viewed. That's why we cite case law, you know. Where was I? Receiving that benefit. Danny has said on numerous occasions, one I have on my phone as a saved message, what wonderful grandparents and in-laws we've been. Yeah, well, times have changed. He knows that the children are very close to us and we'd always be there to take care of them. What's going to happen in June when he wants to go to 3 different conferences? Don't let him go. If you do, you're enabling and facilitating your stay in Tallahassee. You'll be showing him that any time he has a meeting he wants to go to, that's fine. You'll watch the boys. That's the whole point of relocation for you and the children. He can continue to attend all the meetings he wants to go to and then arrange for frequent and extended visitation with the boys. Maybe some of the money he spends on his trips can be used to visit the boys. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in, but obviously that's a last-ditch effort if all else fails. He's trying to show the court that your request is frivolous and that you should have to pay for yours and his court costs in this plea. Your lawyer has to let the court know that it's anything but frivolous. And isn't he also supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? This bastard has not paid 1 cent towards your bridge gap alimony. Why? Why? Why only 2 months of the child support payment over an 8-month time frame? Loving, caring father that he is. Do you need info on grocery bills? I have a good many of them and can show the court what it's been costing just for that. With no support from Jibbers, also find out from Kristen if she wants you to pay us back now or wait. What's best for your case? I'm too angry to write anymore. I'm going to shower, wash my hair, and get ready for you and the boys to come home. Dad said he'd look up any papers tonight or over the weekend that you may need. He even has the info on what Danny had in his IRA and 401k prior to marriage. Love you, Bob. God, that was a mindfuck to read. God, and it's really badly worded. Whoa. Quiet. What happened, Soap? What happened, Soap?
And his words to me were, if you would have told me 2 weeks ago that we'd be where we are today in the case with Helen.
I've forgotten why we started reading that letter. Why did we start reading that letter? I think they were just saying that... Oh yeah, it was Charlie saying, the Cappleman said something that was nothing to do with me. She told the jury about your emails and Wendy's book and stuff that wasn't to do with me. Well, it goes to your motivation, Charlie. It goes to your motivation.
I would be ecstatic.
Yeah, because that's after you testified. It's amazing. Yep.
Well, not just me, but what he was able to get out and admit to from other people in the case.
Right.
The other witnesses. Like, he was destroying them. So, he was destroying them after looking at testify, and then damn the closer. She turned, and I don't even know if it was her, because I can tell you that I came in the court on Monday morning. Dan said to me, because the closers really don't do much. He said, statistics have shown juries kind of have their mind made up to answer the closing, because the closing is definitely in the state's favor because they get the first word and the last word.
Right.
So it's very, it's a bad burden of proof, but the burden of proof is not y'all. Use common sense, because what happens is the coincidence becomes common sense. Is that the chances of that happening and it happening the way she said are 1 in 10,000.
Right.
Once you do that and you go, look, I'm a postman, I drive routes, I go streets, you ain't showing up 17 minutes away on a street on a time unless there's something going on there. If there's something going on there, there's something going on here. And it's a very simple way of looking at it.
I'm not impressed with any single one of Wendy's, credentials, achievements, all of this fucking, I ran a medical legal partnership, I ran a non-profit, blah, blah, blah. She did fuck all. I mean, she's good at getting into these positions that philanthropic rich people use to move tax, She flirts her way in, and then she's basically meet and greet, right? She smiles, shakes people's hands, and talks shit. There's nothing solid about her in business acumen or academic prowess. Zero. Not seen one bit of evidence. And she's a shitty public speaker.
But he only has 100,000 chances to get wrong. He's comforting, you know what I mean? Like, what are the chances that it was happenstance? You know what I mean? Like,
It's true.
I mean, that would be like, put it this way, that would be like if on the night of the 18th it said, she wasn't in my house, but she was in the neighborhood looking at homes to buy randomly. She was just checking out the neighborhood, and that's why her phone was there. It's because she was just in the neighborhood looking at homes to buy. I mean, could that happen? Yeah, but if someone said that to you, you'd be like, come on, it's 25 minutes away, looking at homes to buy on that night in that neighborhood, there are close to being there. Would have been.
It's off topic. It just occurred to me. You had said about U.S. legal funding and bans and Ramsey, and you said wait 2 to 3 weeks. But Dad was the other day speaking and now texting with Ramsey. So is that okay? Because they're doing something together, which I think is fine.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if you want to make a note, I'll tell you what to get.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What we need to get is copies of the fraudulent checks.
Hold on. Wait.
Ryan.
Copies of.
Okay. The fraudulent checks that I was writing to people who don't really exist in your life.
Just a minute. I'm writing. Okay, got it.
So, like, okay, so let me give you an example, like the name Donald Mickens or Brianna Johnson. There are these names down.
Yeah, I am. I'm Brianna Johnson.
Yeah. Nicholas Milano.
Nicholas. Does he have this information or no?
Yeah,
Okay.
he does.
Okay.
So I'll just give you a couple of names on this. This is Kyle Kozlowski.
Kyle was the first name. Kyle Kozlowski.
Yeah, very similar to an name.
Yeah. You need copies of the front and backs of those checks.
Of all the checks. Here's the list. There's about 12 people. The 12 or 13 checks, the ballots, that were actually just made up names.
Yeah.
That's the first thing.
Okay.
The second.
By the way, guys, I don't know if this is a great call to review. It's not particularly good so far, and there's only 23 minutes left. But we need a suggestion. We need a suggestion because I could not get the next call out with these subtitles. So, I mean, I could play the one from online, but I don't know if I should do that. Do we have a suggestion? Anything Adelson related, anything at all. Open to the floor. You guys choose. What are we going to play after this? We've got 23 minutes left of this call. What Adelson content video should we play next?
The thing that we need to get is there were 13 checks written by Berman, so keep that as item number 1.
Okay.
Or I tell you what, throw a bunch of ideas in, and then we'll put it to a poll. If we get 4 good ideas, we'll put it to a poll. Or if I see one I really, really like, I'll just go for it. Because I call the shots.
1.
Item number 2 is there was 13 checks for $63,000 in change that was written from Berman Law Firm to Ryan Fitzpatrick. And he was doing that to settle the cases on which that the company had liens.
So wait. Okay, got it. That's number 2.
That's it. So the money going out was being written to people that don't exist in real life and he was cashing the checks by somebody in the bank or wherever it was being cashed. We'll have to check. They'll have copies of it wherever it was cashed. That's number one. Number two, we're going to probably have to sue the Berman to be able to get the copies of the checks that they were, to get the copies of the checks that they were writing to Ryan. Ryan sent the Bermans an email that said all bank accounts have been closed. Please make all future checks out to Ryan Fitzpatrick, and I'll come by the office and pick it up.
And Randy has that email, right?
He has that email and everything. Unfortunately, when Ryan testified, you can't produce collateral stuff from another case. So, like, we couldn't show the checks that were written to Ryan from the Bermans and say, why are you cashing checks? Because it's a separate issue, rules of evidence. So even though he was doing that, we couldn't bring that in.
Got it. I didn't realize that. I wondered. Okay.
Yeah, no, there was so much that we had. You can't bring any of it in. It's a separate issue. You can't bring in separate unrelated issues. So, yeah. But the money going out is institutional fraud. The money coming in is corporate embezzlement. So what happened was, it was probably about, if the case is paid out fully, they were probably worth over $500,000 of what was owed the company. Except he was letting them pay pennies on the dollar and write the checks in. That would be like Erica working at Dad's office, and then when a patient owes $1,000, they write me a check for $30 to Erica Johnson. The theft is not $30. The theft is actually $1,000. That's what we're doing. So even though he stole $63,000, it was actually $500,000 in theft. That's what was owed the company. You see how it works? So if Dad had a $1,000 crown and Erica told somebody, hey, write me a check for $30 to Erica Johnson, and I'll just tell Dr. Adelson, you died and you couldn't pay a bill. It's a $30 check to Erica. She didn't steal $30. She stole $1,000 because $1,000 what was owed to the company.
Right.
That's where that $500,000 number comes from.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So I have that, the whole book. I've got it. Take care of that. Yeah.
Trust me, I want to have that pursued.
I know.
Oh, you got no idea.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of things to follow through on. So
yeah, he thinks he got away with that one.
I know he did. It shouldn't last yet. Not over.
No, that's the check were written to him. The Bermans didn't have to say it, but they were in on it, or Ryan was stealing.
Yeah.
But it was the, and like, when we were deciding our jury panel, like, we were trying to decide, like, there was one kid on there, he was a 24-year-old African-American kid.
Mm-hmm.
His dad was a sheriff's officer in Jacksonville. So it's like, like I said, we had 5 people in our panel who were law enforcement and their family. 3 that either they or their wife worked at Florida State. Like, he's this fat, disgusting white guy that was looked like an inbred. Disgusting fat.
Oh, hang on. He's going to describe the jury as inbred.
It's like, like I said, we had 5 people in our panel who were law enforcement and their family. 3, that either they or their wife worked at Florida State. You know, he's this fat, disgusting white guy that was
a fat, disgusting white guy that looks like
an inbred.
A fat, disgusting white guy that looks like an inbred.
Disgusting and fat. He worked at the bookstore at Florida State. Do you think he ever written a book? He's eating about an author.
Let's not go down that track. That's okay. I know.
No, but I'm just saying, because we were going to keep that kid. Our choices, it was literally between that kid and, like, the way it works is, like, you look at your strikes, you look at the people you have to get off, like, strike, and, like, we almost kept him. It was the choice between him and, I think maybe it was the guy who was an Army sergeant 20 years and then went to work for the post office. So he retired from the Army after 20 years as a sergeant.
He's talking about the jury member riding shotgun. Oh, shit.
Hello.
Different separate organizations. So,
Yeah.
but the money going out is institutional fraud. The money coming in is corporate embezzlement. So what happened was, it was probably about, if the case is paid out fully, it were probably worth over $500,000 of what was owed the company. Except he was letting them pay pennies on the dollar and write the checks in. That would be like Erica working at Dad's office, and then when a patient owes $1,000, they write me a check for $30 to Erica Johnson. The theft is not $30. The theft is actually $1,000. That's what we're doing. So even though he stole $63,000, it was actually $500,000 in theft. That's what was owed the company. You see how it works? So like if Dad had $1,000 crown and Erica told somebody, hey, write me a check for $30 to Erica Johnson, and I'll just tell Dr. Adelson, you know, you died and you couldn't pay a bill. It's a $30 check to Erica. She didn't steal $30. She stole $1,000 because $1,000 what was to the company.
Right.
That's where that $500,000 number comes from.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So I have that, the whole book. I've got it. Take care of that. You know.
Trust me, I want to have that too.
I know.
Oh, you got no idea.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. A lot of things to follow through on. So
yeah, he thinks he got away with that one.
I know he did. It shouldn't last yet. Not over.
I mean, that's something written to him. The Bermans didn't have to say it, but they were in on it, were lying on stealing.
Yeah.
But it was and you know, like when we were deciding our jury panel, like we were trying to decide, like there was one kid on there, he was a 24-year-old African American kid.
Mm-hmm.
His dad was a sheriff's officer in Jacksonville. So it's like, you know, like I said, we had 5 people in our panel who were law enforcement and their family. 3 that either they or their wife worked at Florida State. You know, he's this fat, disgusting white guy that was like, looked like an inbred, disgusting fat. He worked at the bookstore at Florida State. Do you think he ever written a book? He's thinking about an author.
Let's not go down that track. That's okay. I know.
No, but I'm just saying, like we were going to keep that kid. It was our choices. It was literally between that kid and, like, the way it works is like, you look at your strikes, you look at the people you have to get off, like, strike, and like we almost kept him. It was the choice between him and I think maybe it was the guy who was an Army sergeant 20 years and then went to work for the post office. So he retired from the Army after 20 years as a sergeant, and then went to go work at the post office in Tallahassee. He made his retire from the post office too. But he looked like he was in his late 50s. So he may have had two government jobs and retired from the post office here in Tallahassee. He probably did the Army from when he was, 20 to 40, and then worked in the post office from 40 to 60. Yeah. Well, there was a choice between him and the 24-year-old African-American kid whose dad is a sheriff's officer in Jacksonville. How much does that kid have in common or can relate to me? Probably very little. He probably would have gone with whatever everybody else was saying. Was he going to be the one to pour over the evidence and discovery when everybody already made up their mind?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was exactly what I thought it would be when I was living in South Florida. And I said, and it's funny, I mean, I hadn't even spent really time up here. It was just my gut from everything and the feelings I got from people that, like, this was going to be an absolute circus. It was going to be Tallahassee versus Miami. It was been already vilified. And there's not, as I said before, there's not a chance in hell I'm about to get a fair trial here in Tallahassee. Not a chance in hell. And we did everything we could. We brought in the best consultants. I don't need the best consultants to tell me the 911 operator's hand shouldn't be on my jury. I don't need the best consultant to tell me that the person who's listened to all 6 parts of the podcast is probably not really going to be that fair. Like, these are people who are telling me they can be fair. Why are they saying that? They're lying to get on the jury. Like, blatantly lying. But if they're blatantly lying, you can't prove it, they're going to be in the pool. If you want to get them off, you got to do one of your exes.
Yeah.
Well, there's an equal amount of
it wasn't.
Each side gets an equal amount of strikes. I mean, isn't that the definition of a fair system? We can't just have endless vetoing of witnesses because, I mean, to find people. Maybe we should do Josh Dubin. Josh Dubin speaking to the jury. Have a look at that. What do you think about that, guys? In the context that we're in, rather than skipping to something else, maybe have a quick look.
It was completely unwinnable. Completely unwinnable, because for Dan to have the case come in better than he would have expected.
Right.
And on Friday they say I'm ecstatic for where we're at. Like, I mean, I talked to him on Saturday. He did very little work. He slept a lot. He caught up on his sleep. Right. He's like, look, I'm just recharging my batteries. He definitely worked for a while on Saturday, but it wasn't like he cranked it out on Saturday. He was like, get some rest. He's like, I'm going to rest up today. He's like, I slept in. He's like, I needed to sleep after the exhausting trial so far. Schedule we're keeping. He's like, I really didn't do a whole lot. And then Sunday, he's like, I'm going to be, cranking it out. And like, he was like on a regimen that was like, he said, he's like, I may wake up go to sleep early and wake up at 3 in the morning and start working again. And I'll probably do that. I said, don't call me after 9. And he was like in his zone. He was locked in, and he's a closer. But nothing mattered. Nothing mattered. There was no way in hell that I was ever going to be able to pick the jury in this town. No way. 93 people came in and said something that made them not make it from the first round to the second round. 93 out of 150. Out of the other 60 that made it to the next round, how many were honest?
Yeah.
That's the question. You know, and there's ones that you know are completely not honest. And I ended up using my extras on them. I really wasn't able to have a jury selection. It was more like just pick the really, really bad apples out of the bunch. Most people would go in and they like select people that would be good for them. I couldn't select one person that was good for me. Yes, there were a bunch of people that weren't lying and they were honest and they were going to do a good job. They got rid of them. You know, if you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you fine.
No, I'm just saying it.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, first coffees of the evening. Thank you so much, Riding Shotgun. I just got myself a coffee right now. And we'll have another 2 for later. Thank you. He keeps saying it was unwinnable. It was unwinnable. We couldn't find one juror that would believe me. And why is that? You know, he never asks why. He never says, yes, well, that's probably because of the fucking huge amount of fuck-ups that we made and the trail that we left and the initial plan being flawed. And my belief that it would work because of my own exceptionalism and arrogance. Yes, maybe it was all a mistake. Maybe we shouldn't have done this. You know. It's twisted people.
If you're only getting 2 good ones out of 10 that are coming through, that you're like, okay, this would be somebody that would give you, like, I don't know if they're going to give me a fair shake, but you get a good feeling and you think they're jurors, your peers, and they're not saying anything like positive for you. You're just saying, okay, I think this person would be fair. This is somebody who would actually give them a good shake. Those 2 out of 10.
Pinto, late as usual. What time is it for you, Pinto? Is it 7:30? 7:33?
You get taken off the board. So you're only left with shit. I mean, you were left with, you know, it was like the board game was like, I don't know what the expression, there was an expression of board games and it was just like slanted or tilted or like rigged. Like it was like playing a rigged board game. That's what it really was.
You know who Donna Adelson looks like in this picture? Let me see if I can pull up so I'm just going on my memory. What's the character in Beauty and the Beast? He's like a moneylender or something. When they're trying to get crazy old Maurice. What is that guy called? Gaston is meeting with a guy in a bar. And the guy, his face is just like Donna's here. I don't know what to search for though. Well, it's not coming up. I'll see if I can find it.
Coming up here was playing a rigged board game. It was like we finally got it. Like you got him with the tape that proves my fucking innocence. Like I can answer why I said everything I said on that tape. Because I said I'm going to do some Nazi shit. I'm saying like I'm going to get someone to go crazy on him. friend that, tell him to stop. I've had enough. Like, I never said I was going to kill anybody. Never once. She misunderstood it when she kept saying, you said you're going to kill somebody. I said, no, the only way you could stop Garcia is if you kill him. Like, that's how dangerous and resilient of a guy I know him to be. Like, you have to kill him. Like, I'm afraid of him. I'm going to kill somebody and then, like, I'm buying him birthday presents. Like, that ain't the case.
Sigfredo Garcia is such a dangerous man that the only way to stop him is to kill him. What is that? What is that? Anyway, I found that picture. Look, side by side, comparison. Is that not exactly the same? Like the bags under the eyes.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, thanks so much, Margaret. Boika. Thank you, Margaret, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com.
Unbelievable. Like, it's what's unbelievable is exactly what I thought it would be.
I know.
Like, it was like playing a ripcord game. You know, the 2 out of 10 that were good were taken off the board. And then what we were left with, you sure as hell don't need a jury consultant. If you're only, the point is, if you're only getting 2 out of 10 good ones, and whatever good ones you get are then taken off the board, what's the consultant? I mean, you can only work with the ingredients you have to cook with.
Yeah, that's right.
And if you're getting 2 good apples out of the bunch, and the state gets to take those 2 good apples off the table, and you get 8 bad apples, you sit down at a board game with a bunch of bad apples.
Hey, look who's
Simple
here.
math.
The AI whiz kid, Jibs and Jabs. Maybe Jibs and Jabs is AI. Welcome, Jibs and Jabs. How you doing? Jibs and Jabs says, would Charlie have been convicted that quickly if there were no phone recordings? Are we letting Dolce Vita come in and Matsuri? So let's think about it. If there were no phone recordings, I mean, they really hurt his case, didn't they? There's not one, there's not one example of him on the phone recording that in any way resembles his story. But what else was there? I'm trying to think. I've gone snowblind now. There was the stapled money. There was some location information. There was the testimony of Luis Rivera saying it was for the dentist and stuff like that. Well, he may have been convicted. It probably would have taken them longer. I think the phone recordings were a big part of demonstrating, his role in this to the jury. I mean, there it is on recording, But Dolce Vita was a big one too, because he amped up the fucking gangster vibe there, didn't he? It's gonna be Nazi shit. They so help me God. Good question, Gypsy Jabs.
You can't say it any other way. Like, that's exactly why the sheriff's officer said to me, man, we can't figure out why you're not sitting on a beach somewhere. I know if I were you, I would be. Yeah, because he knew exactly what they were going to do up here. Guilty, not guilty, like, you don't stand a fucking chance. Like, with that closing, they were convicted bubbles.
Okay, we've got another likeness to Donna Adelson from our good friend and chief of security riding shotgun. Who is this riding shotgun? I'll put it up. Everyone in the comments, guess who this is. Or is it from the live action Beauty and the Beast, the same character? He looks a bit young. Man, if this guy looks young, yeah. Even the way the hair kind of flops, right? Thank you, Ryden, for sharing that with us.
They were, Dan and Cappleman were not fighting on an equal plane. They were not.
No, I mean, jury's sitting there eating out of her hand. And listen, when she's able to take emails, when she's able to take text messages and highlight it and spoon feed it to them, like, that has nothing to do with what happened.
I know.
But I will say the fact that Wendi showed up driving down Prescott an hour later, y'all use your common sense. Like, I hate to say it, but if someone said that to me and I was buying what she's selling, that was really incriminating for circumstantial evidence. Like, you can't, and she was there. By chance, and there's a good explanation for it, but the explanation has to be attached to, well, that's 1 in a million, 1 in 10,000. So be it. You can't walk away from it. She was there, but she wasn't there because she was part of a murder.
Yeah.
But she was at the scene, showed up at the scene of the crime. That's kind of convenient.
So it's
And you just know, right, that when they were kids, Wendi and Charlie, like if one of them, like if they were both doing something wrong and one of them got caught and in trouble, they'd take down the other one, right? She did it too, you know. He made me do it, that kind of thing. No, take one for the team. I'm in trouble, but you got off. You know, just total fucking petulant. No honor. Like, turn the other one in. If I get in trouble, then she's getting in trouble. You know, it's the same thing here. You can see it. He's saying if I have to go down, then she should also go down. Or if she gets off, I should have got off. You know, that's the thing. It's all coming back from the childhood.
yeah, Dad's right here at the end. Actually, well, we're on our phone. Miles Hellman was just leaving a message, so I think Dad's going to use his phone and just call Miles back. It's not a call. I just can't do that right now.
Yeah.
We're calling Miles, honey. Yeah, I told Charlie.
I'm going to
Give him a call back.
No,
We have some work.
I mean,
there's stuff that I'm just that has to get done because today, unfortunately, is the last day, as you know, before a legal holiday weekend, which is tomorrow. So some of these people that I have to talk to, they either will leave work early today or if they leave at normal time, I won't get them tomorrow. So I'm going to have to get off just to make some of these calls. I must get these in.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that. And yeah, I don't have a choice. I've got to get these in. I know there won't be.
Okay, so Vincent Schiavelli. Okay, I don't know who that is.
Open tomorrow. And
I'll call you later in the afternoon.
yeah,
I'll be fine.
Yeah, give me a call back later, sweetheart, okay?
Yeah, but I mean, you agree with what I'm saying to you, right?
Harvey, Dan agrees with it. The jury fool. It was like nothing he's ever seen. He said, I've never had it where people just come into court and lie. They just lie, and they...
I've never seen it before. People just come into court and lie. They have their minds made up. They lied to the judge.
Or have an agenda, and they don't really care. They hope that they don't, that they get through it. But, yeah.
I mean, if you saw how many people told the truth, what scared me more, this is what scared me when I let you off in 2 seconds. What scared me more is how many people were telling the truth to our face. Because you know what I thought? If 93 people come in and tell the truth to our face about how much saturation this has had, how many people are coming in and lying to us?
They're still trying to scheme their way out of it, aren't they? They're going, yeah, we've got something here. Everyone in Tallahassee is lying to us.
Yeah.
How many people, if we had 92 come in and tell us we had some kid that we thought was going to be pretty good. He came in, he was 20 years old, and he was like, I really don't know anything about the case. Like, I don't really watch the news. I don't pay attention to anything. I think everybody should be get a fair shot, and not everybody who they think is guilty. Like, he was saying a lot of good things, and didn't know much about the case, but just his viewpoint on things is very positive and pro-defendant, maybe, about giving somebody a fair shot. He was 18 or 20 years old, like kids, classes. Then he goes out after being questioned, and he's sitting with the jurors. And one of the next jurors comes in and they let us know that he was out there and he was saying he couldn't get himself.
Yeah.
So they put judges to work. Actually, he was actually just selected to come back the next day. He made it through the voir dire. He was going to come back the next day and be in the next group. So
the voir dire. It's voir dire. It's lads.
Put a special thing. He was going to be talking to him in private, or he was going to have another conversation with him and question him further about what we had multiple jurors come in and say they overheard his comment. So he basically came in, said the right things to us, totally lied, made it to the next round. We checked him off as being good. If it wasn't for the other 2 jurors coming in and telling us what he walked out there and said to other people, he could have not returned. Easily. Very easily he could have been on my jury. He had an agenda. He had an opinion. He came in and lied.
He did.
My point is, the 93 that we got to be kicked off of our jury, that was just the beginning. That we didn't, at the 150, the 93 that we got to be removed for cause, we didn't get everybody off for cause, and we should have.
I don't.
No. These people were allowed to rehabilitate themselves in front of us, to come in and say, I have the opinion that he was guilty, but I can place that somewhere out of my brain that now I can judge him fairly. That makes 0 sense. You can't change, you can't take an opinion that he came into the courthouse with, remove it from your brain, and follow the rule of law. I guess that's what we're going to be working on, right?
Yeah, for about the next day. I mean, this is the 11th. In 2 days' time, they're on the fucking jetway, okay?
I mean, look, there's only a few reasons that you're allowed to appeal, so there's minimal reasons, but when you've tried to seek a different venue for very obvious reasons, and they keep turning you down.
Those reasons were heard, Donna.
Down.
And a change of venue, it's not like you can go and have the fucking court, the trial in Washington State. It's the next town over.
That's a problem. So that's one reason that you can. So we're working on it.
Yeah. So hopefully,
As I said
hopefully it
before,
works.
that's not right now. It's potentially, because right now there's too many other things they're working on. So
Okay. Well, I'm sure they're working on stuff.
they are, and you know that, and we're trying to finish up a bunch here. So
I'll let you get some more.
yeah, I just want to be able to get these calls in before the end of the workday and stay involved time. But please call me back later, okay?
Okay, I will.
All right. We're
Sounds
here.
good.
Hello.
All right, sounds good. Okay, bye.
Bye.
The caller has hung up.
All right, let's go to Sigfredo. Let's do Sigfredo. Bosh. Move this puppy. Sigfredo's first interview with detectives, with agents.
Luis Rivera, something like that. We got some information about something that happened a couple of years ago, and your name popped up in it. We're just trying to... Okay. All right. This happened up in North Florida, up in the northern end of Florida up there. You ever been to Tallahassee, Florida?
No, I have not.
No, never. Okay. Do you know of Luis Rivera or Luis Rivera or something like that?
Like I said, I know several.
Okay.
But at the same time.
Oh, excuse us. Sorry about that.
I know several, yeah. Everybody I know is called Luis Rivera. So, which one are we talking about? Man, 2 FBI guys come to your work, pull you out of your work, speak to you outside. First thing they say is, you ever been to Tallahassee? Do you know a Luis Rivera? Man, how do you keep a straight face on that? Just hold up your wrists, say, cuff me now.
Okay. Is there one that you're friends with or anything that you hang out with or
You
anything?
would be like a little more specific as to what it is that
He's kind of short guy.
asking for, or why I might know him, or if I feel like if I should even say I know him, because from what my prior experience, I'm sure you know my name. You know exactly where to come
Well, we
from.
found one from, we want to book right. Oh, you got a nice job and stuff. That's why we
I got my business family.
And we found out you had kids. I didn't want to do this for any of your kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's bad enough doing it at your work, but I don't know where else to find you. It's either at home or at work. It's only 2 places I know to come talk to you out. So I'm saying, I don't want to freak your kids out and stuff.
Yeah.
Do it a little further, maybe? Okay.
Just so you aren't putting people
That doesn't bother me. That's fine.
Oh, okay. All right.
So why should I know?
Jerry says, everyone is like, oh, they just left Charlie. Like, yeah, I'm sure Charlie knew that was going to happen. Well, he was urging them to do it, wasn't he? Through his obvious code. He was like, oh, I should have done things differently. I should have gone with my gut. Now you should go with your gut. He was saying, get the fuck out of Dodge,
Should I not know Luis Rivera?
Okay.
That's what I need to know.
Well, there's some information about some things that happened up north, and and your name was thrown out there. Some information just came to light recently that you and Mr. Rivera might have been had something to do with it up north. Do you know Dan Markel? Do you know who Dan Markel is?
Doesn't sound like anybody I know.
Doesn't sound like anybody you know? Okay. So you've never been to North Florida either. As far as
It doesn't sound like anybody I know. You know those answers to questions that are just, they're just different somehow, right? Do you know Dan Markel? It doesn't sound like anybody I know.
taking trips up north or anything, have you,
None whatsoever.
none whatsoever, never been up that way? Okay. Who do you live with right now? You live with somebody?
I live with my wife.
You are married, okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
What's her name?
Why? That's I'm not going to really...
You mean, and your name came up in an investigation, obviously, and that's why we're trying to get your side of the story to find out if there's any validity to it, if there's any, reason about it. Your wife works obviously somewhere and makes money herself. So, what kind of car does she drive?
Hey, Pat Sanford, what are you doing asking General Isom's questions? What kind of car does he drive? Again, What have we been noticing, guys? This thing about terminology getting passed around. Everybody says everybody else's thing. What kind of car does he drive?
I'm trying to get you to talk to me about some stuff, and I can't tell you what our investigation is totally about, right? I can't just go into it.
It's like a one-sided kind of.
I know it's
not really fair.
I mean, okay, your name came out like I told you. Gotcha. Yeah, now you look like you're doing well for you.
Oh, set up the scene? What, this scene? They've come to Sigfredo's work. This is just before... This is after the bump. What date is this? This is... not sure of the date. But it's after the bump, and, it's... They've come to his work to ask questions. They've pulled him out of the... What was the... It was like investment finance firm he was working at. And, yeah, that's it. Spur of the moment interview.
Yeah, sure. I know. Right now, it's kind of, that I get badged with an FBI. It's like, wow, this is not something I'm accustomed to. So obviously, I'm on defense, and I don't got you.
So it's not like in an interrogation room or anything. It's in the hallway outside his job, and they've just shown up and pulled him out.
I should say anything more than I want to say.
Okay.
But I mean, if I could help, obviously I'd be more than happy to.
Okay.
I definitely don't want people coming over here to my job.
I know.
Because obviously right now that's stirred up. Because when I got this job, I'm not the greatest person to have a job in financing.
Sure.
So right now, what you practically did was just like take.
You go back in and tell her you're a witness.
Yeah, we were wondering ourselves how the fuck that happened, Sigfredo. What's with the job in financing? I mean, the block paving thing, the coastal masonry or whatever, coastal masonry. Yeah, I get that. Heavy machinery. Okay, yeah, you operate the fucking digger. But finance. How does this work?
Go back and tell
I'm not going to go into stuff that, because then they're going to think, are they in litigation? Are they going to court? Are they getting audited? Is it something that I'm doing against my company now? So it's like pretty much you just like shitted part of my French all over a little bit of character.
Well, we're trying not to. That's why we try to just whisper to you and then you come out.
I appreciate at least we
attempted to go the way that or your kids. We thought this would be the better.
Yeah, the discreetness, but a phone call maybe, or I don't know.
Discretion. The word is discretion. Yeah. So, I mean, the cops sound really hyped, don't they? I think they just had some strong coffee.
I don't know your number either. What's your phone number? Your cell phone number?
Once again,
can we get that either?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I want to, but it's just, I feel like I should be a little bit defensive now. Because, you guys showed up to my job. I'm
I hear you.
Upset actually. That had to happen.
I hear you. We got a job to do. We got to figure things out.
I respect that. I respect that. I'm talking to me, so it's like. Okay. And then recently, it just doesn't feel right now. I don't know. I mean, you guys seem very welcoming and nice and everything you do. We didn't come in here. Yeah, I know. Kicking doors in. Like I told you. Trying to beat me up, dragging me out of my job.
Like I said, it's totally voluntary. You're not under arrest.
Yeah, no.
We're here just talking to you and stuff, and we're just trying to.
What is all this bullshit? I mean, you guys seem very welcoming and nice, and I respect that. Obviously, if I could help you out, I mean, why doesn't he just say, listen, not today, baby. Here's my lawyer. Here's the number for my fucking lawyer. Now get the fuck out of my place of business.
Trying to find out. We got some information, and we're trying to find out if that information is valid at all without ruining your life here.
I travel to Orlando. I go to Disney.
Okay.
I go to LA. I've gone to Dominican Republic with my family, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rivera is a little short. Short Hispanic. I think he's got some tattoos and stuff. I mean, you know a lot of guys you hang out with. I mean, there's a lot of them like that. This one got locked up in jail. He's in prison right now.
Okay, my name is very different.
It is. It is very specific. There's not a whole lot of people with your name out there. So that's how we ever find you so easy, because somebody gave up your name.
Okay.
Do you have a nickname? Is your nickname Tudo?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you know Rivera as Tato?
I know
Tato.
I know a Tato. Yeah, my uncle's Tato too, though. So.
Okay, but do you know a Luis Rivera or Luis Rivera as Tato also? Okay.
Luis Rivera, yeah. Okay. I know several Luis Riveras.
Okay.
So just keep it like that because I don't understand where you're going with this.
Okay. Well, I want to find out who this guy is and find out exactly what his deal is. If you're tight with him or not. If you've been with him a lot, you used to hang with him.
Yeah. No, I haven't been with nobody a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, Afrin. Afrin says at the time of this interview, is Katie on the phone with someone saying cops just showed up to his work, and does someone call Katie to say the cops are there, or am I? The Isom's outside her house at the moment, knocking on the door, displaying the badge. You know, they've gone. This is happening simultaneously.
My wife, my kids.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
I like Daddy of the Year, actually.
Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
I even babysit.
How old are your kids?
9 and 4.
Oh, awesome. They're good ages, man.
Yeah, boy and girl.
Boy and girl got one of each. Awesome.
Yeah, top close.
Having those ages, man, it's pretty cool. They're out of that diaper stage, but they can still do their own stuff now.
She sleeps without diapers. So.
Really? No, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, we
sleep through the night now and don't have to worry about it.
It's been a while. We always sleep through the night, but still.
Oh, okay.
So what can I do to so obviously we have to. There's some issues that you want to speak to me about. I feel like I shouldn't speak any more than I have to because for some reason I don't want to be collateral damage.
Isn't that weird when these cops show up and they're like, "Oh, your kids, 9 and 4. Oh, that's awesome. And one of each, boy and a girl, and they sleep through the night, right? Ah." Let's bring it back. Let's reel it in, detective. Okay, what the fuck do you want from me?
Or even something to something that I have nothing to do with.
Right, if you had nothing to do with it, that's what you need to clear your name with and
but still, for me to clear my name on something I don't know anything about.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. We got a bunch of stuff at the office that I can sit down, and if you wanted to go to the office, we can sit down and I can go over some stuff, some documents and stuff like that, and find out if you know anything about all this stuff. So you'd have to be willing to come down to the office with it.
I would go like an attorney, obviously. I don't know, because that just sounds wrong.
Okay.
Because it's like you have a whole bunch of stuff on people that just saying that came and said
you might be able to help us out. You might be able to point us out and say, yeah, I know this person, they were doing this, they were doing that.
Yeah, I wish I
be able to point some things out.
But I'm not really that guy. I'm not.
Well, sorry. We're just talking. Thanks. Now, you know what? It really helped clear some stuff up, man.
I have my attorney call you guys.
Who's your attorney?
Yeah, California Amy. They were scheduled to go to Disney this week, I think. You know, it was with Indra and her kids. They were all going to Disney, and Garcia and Magbano were cancelled for obvious reasons.
I don't know yet, but I'm gonna call him.
Okay, you'll have one already. Okay. I mean, if you didn't do anything wrong, man, you don't have anything. Well,
hi, Mom. How you doing?
I hear you, man. I hear you. I hate to leave this hanging like this, though, man.
I know, man. I hate it too, bro. You telling me I got to do my job.
I know.
It's not hanging right now. When I walk back in, there's a beret of questions. It's going to be ridiculous, right?
Tell them whatever you want. That's why we won't talk in front of them. We're not going to put you out there like that.
Yeah, but you came up to my desk. That's why my manager started. My supervisor out eating breakfast.
Right.
My supervisor comes up and she does it because nobody's allowed inside the financial office because we have people's personal information and then we're PCI compliant. If it's accredited, we can't have it.
So y'all have walk-in people come in and talk to you? It's all through the phone?
Yeah. So when you guys came in, obviously, me and some
I got you.
She's like, this is not allowed.
I got you.
So,
I got you. Well, that's our mistake. We didn't realize what the hell set up in there. I want to call your manager and say, hey, with the FBI, we need to talk to, we need to talk to you. We're trying to get around her so she doesn't, she doesn't screw your job up.
There's no getting around her.
It's funny because that bottle cap text message notification thing we hear in the background, the little bottle cap. I remember when WhatsApp first came out, that was the default, what do you call it, ringtone for the messages. Maybe someone's got WhatsApp right here.
I can tell.
She
I
does
can
her
tell.
due diligence.
I can tell. That's why I wanted you to step outside so I can show you my credit and not show it to her.
Yeah, but it could have been a disgruntled.
I know. I understand her reason.
Well,
I totally understand.
As soon as I walked out.
I know. But you can see about what we were trying to do. We were trying not to put you out there with your manager.
I got you. I understand that. No, I know what I seen what he's done. That's why I said, okay, I'm not going outside with this guy. I don't know if he's somebody we lent money to. He defaulted on. He wasn't happy with the terms. He might shoot me in the hallway.
Oh, you can see it. See it in my shirt. Yeah.
Very plain. Big gun too.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't, I'm not going to go without an attorney. I mean, I understand if unless you're telling me I'm under arrest and you're taking me to jail.
No, you're not.
I want to help you guys. I really do.
Okay.
Anything I can do to help you, I would be more than happy to help you. But I'm not going to just put myself in a position where I might not be helping myself.
I got you.
It might not work out for me. And I don't like that whatsoever.
I got you.
I mean, I don't.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can resolve this by staying here in this hallway. So you haven't been in Tallahassee, and you don't really. Have you taken any trips with Mr. Rivera?
I think if the cops were scared, they'd come in heavy, right? If there's a risk assessment, and if they think a killer's gonna pull a gun or whatever, time to call the SWAT team. You know, special weapons and tactics. Yeah, I mean, there's always that consideration, right? If you're going to go and arrest someone like Markeith Lloyd. Remember when they got him? Man, we got to do that interrogation. That's a good one. Good court case too. Good story. Sad story. Crazy fucking story. What a defendant. But yeah, when they got him, that guy was huge, right? They came in with like 200 officers, you know, guns drawn. You know, so if cops are scared, they go in heavy. That's the deal.
With Otto?
No.
You ever been anywhere with him?
No.
Do you know what his phone number is? I mean, stuff like that. And your old phone number, stuff like that would help us.
No,
I mean, might clear things up. If we know what phone you were using and what phones other people are using during time periods, it would help us out. You could tell us the phone numbers, stuff like that.
Nowadays, by writing the phone number down, like, do you really remember like any of your friends' phone numbers? I remember.
Not anymore. It's an old art. Yeah, it's an old art.
It is. I know my mom's number.
Lost.
You know.
Yeah. Ones that people have for a long time. But your own phone number, you remember your own phone number?
I changed my number a couple of times too as well because me and my wife were separated for a while. So I was with some other girls and couldn't come back home with the same number.
When were y'all separated? How long?
For about 2 years.
Wow. You're back together now? Awesome.
Yeah, I got the kids, you know.
Absolutely. That's good though, man. That's good for the kids for sure, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kids, there's arguments both ways, but you know, kids.
Yeah. You better speak to her mother-in-law before you make that call, detective.
Yeah. It's tough on you.
The kids are number one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool, man. That's impressive. You got back to it.
Broken home.
Yeah. It's you know what it's like, man. So that's cool. So y'all been back together, and y'all were apart for 2 years.
Yeah, probably even more than that. A little more than that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's alright though. You know, it is what it is.
I hear you, man. I don't want to keep you from your job here. I hate to leave this.
I don't want to go back to my job now.
I know.
It's like right now I'm in a position that I don't even know what I'm going to say when I get back in there. Because it's like I don't have anything to say. I don't know what to say. But
I hear you, man.
The FBI came and asked me questions about some Spanish Latino guy that's short with tattoos. And they wanted me to know if I've taken...
I don't know, Jibs and Jabs. Steven Seagal in Out for Justice seemed to have things pretty under control.
That's with him. That's like odd questions, and it's like no, obviously, but it's still scary to me because I don't know what you guys want,
right?
What people are trying to tie me into.
Yeah.
Because the FBI don't just come around asking people questions. I watch enough CSI, but don't. Yeah.
And like I said, if we knew you did, if we thought you did something, it wouldn't be me here, standing here, coming up to your work, just talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We're just trying to get information from you. That's why we're trying to get you to help us. You know what I mean?
But it's just, at my expense. I understand you guys are trying to do something, but right now, you guys
I'm just trying to think of ways to clear this thing up, man. I mean, we had somebody call in and gave us your information about something that happened up north. I'll go ahead and tell you about it. There was a homicide up in the north part of Florida up there. Did you ever hear about it, Dan Markel?
A homicide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You got killed?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. You hadn't heard about that murder or anything? You know anything about? Ever hear it on the news or anything?
No murder. Okay. I heard about.
Yeah, you always just never let Alec Baldwin on set anywhere again. Oh God. Okay, that was it. That's it. They didn't get much out of him, but he was arrested pretty soon after. I don't know what the date of this was. Hey guys, come on. All right, fucking, am I the only grown up in the room? Hey, jury and jibs and jabs. Conflict. Okay, one of you go and sit in the blue corner, and one of you go and sit in the red corner, and like, just, it's over. Let's move on. Let's move on. Where are we going now? Let's go to the wiretaps. What else did we say? We said, call with Bree. There is a call with Bree. Charlie Adelson and baby mama Bree talk. Okay, we're going to borrow a video from Pretty Lies and Alibis. Hey there, Alibis. Hey there, Alibis.
And then you have Cappleman, solely focused on emails that were not sent from you.
2 seconds, guys. Get a little bit set up here.
Hello, this is a free call from
Charlie.
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, why'd you hang up?
Oh, I thought you said to hang up.
No, I said don't hang up. I was on the phone.
Oh, I thought you said, all right, just hang up. Just hang up.
No, I said I got
Sorry about that.
It's great to hear his voice. Like, I wish I was there, dude. It kills me.
I know. And
No,
I mean, I can tell it's, I mean, you just completely made his day. And so I know that, in turn makes him, miss you even more, but.
Yeah, and it's like I can picture everything.
I know.
I've been here for 19 months, and I thought I was coming home. This was a fucking joke. I mean, honestly, when she did her close, like, I thought the case was going to be about facts,
I thought it was going to be about what happened.
Yeah.
Like, she did her closing and she changed the facts. She changed like what I said. She changed what other people said. She changed reality. She told people like she did a Dateline special, and she showed a lot of autopsy photos. You know, and then these people hate you, Tallahassee, and look at what they did. And it's even his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, that like not my best friend and didn't say it. Like, holy shit.
I wonder, you know, when Charlie Adelson's going on about, hey, it was a 2-hour Dateline special with autopsy photos. What would satisfy him to say, well, that was an excellent closing argument? You know, what would that look like? Because I've watched Cappleman's closing argument a number of times, and it's fantastic. I mean, you know, he wants to call it a 2-hour Dateline special because, you know, it's shit TV that people of Tallahassee might be able to grasp. You know, what would satisfy him?
I know her main focal points was literally like it's not what I was expecting, especially after the cross that she did. Sucked. Totally sucked.
Yeah.
It's like you owned her in that, and so her closing, I was like, and I was reading online, I was like, people I guess said that like she's not good at closings, you know.
Someone prepared that for her. There's no way she came up with all those five in that closing. She went to work Saturday and Sunday, 15-hour days. She came up with that. She did not have that. Actually, if we did closings Friday afternoon, she wouldn't have had that.
You're right.
She wouldn't have.
Yeah, and then people were even saying online, people that had been like, you know, her fan account, like, oh, well, this worries me because she isn't great at closing or something, and you know, a few people. So I was like, okay, like you got this. Like she sucked. Like did not come through at all.
Georgia isn't great at closing. Fucking hell, that's her main thing. You know, she's closed every single one of them, and they just get better and better.
During your testimony, but I still don't think she came through. It's not like she came back and just like got an A+ on it. She was literally, her focal points were about irrelevant things. Majority of them literally had nothing to do with you. Your mom's emails, your sister's book, the people of Tallahassee. Like you don't have a relationship in like you never lived. It wasn't you in Tallahassee. You never lived in Tallahassee. You don't have connections to people in Tallahassee. Like it was your sister's life, your sister's book, your mom's emails, and because of all these things, this family hates you. Now go in there and think about what I do.
They shit all over you. They hate you. They shit all over you. And
they hate this town. Like,
okay, so people can dislike towns. People move to Tallahassee. People move away from Tallahassee. Like,
right.
Like, not everybody, states and everything, it's like these people are like, Tallahassee natives for 50 years. And you're shitting all over them. You're looking at some rich white Jew from Miami who came up here and did this. I did. Like, you're talking.
Yeah, you say all of those things, and they're sitting there like, yeah, this man should not go home.
No, I mean,
hey, golfer girl, how you doing? You're late.
The night of the 18th didn't matter to them. The night of the 18th did not matter to them at all. Like, yeah, my house was right next to the fucking turnpike. Like, outside your house. Yes, let me know when you're coming outside the house. Okay, I wasn't home. I texted her 20 minutes later. I'm 10 minutes away, and it ended up being 20 minutes. They kept going.
I know. All of these minor details that they try to highlight and spin and turn. And it's completely...
Mom saying delete this text. I mean, I don't know what the fuck she meant by it. There was nothing to hide. I didn't delete a text. I mean, but like, oh, I know you'll come through on Dad's birthday present. Yeah, I try to figure out what the fuck I was going to get him. There's a bunch of different things. 70th birthday party. I mean, you're asking me 10 years later what possible ideas was I coming up with. I'm sure it was either baseball memorabilia, cruise idea, and you're paying for the catering, you're getting a special caterer to come in.
But also with gifts, you're not great at gifts. And anyone who knows you would have been like, no wonder your mom was so, focused on, I know you'll get a gift, I know you'll come through,
What are we going to do? What are we going to get? I'm like,
yeah.
Okay, but now you're going to say that was my dad's gift? Like, are you crazy? Like,
actually, and not even that point makes sense. That theory doesn't even make sense. Because their theory is that you guys all transpired and planned this and did this, but your dad wasn't a part of it. So, that was his
I
gift?
think my dad did. They think you all did. They have a theory. I mean, they would have convicted.
I know, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I know.
There was no way this was a black guy on Tallahassee. This is the Dateline. This is the 2020. They got a 2-hour special on Dateline that they were holding off to do until right after the trial. It was all filmed and everything. They were just waiting for the verdict. They were releasing it. I mean, it was like a foregone conclusion. I mean, honestly.
Absolutely right in shotgun. Cops shouldn't have fear. But if you're Taylorship Business's attorney, you need body armor when you're at defense table. Did you see the last guy, though? He totally didn't react. And the cops, the courtroom cops, she came into court and did it again. This attorney didn't react, hardly at all. And the cops just, threw her down on the floor like a rag doll.
I know.
They've got a whole system in place now for when Taylorship Business is coming into the courtroom. I mean, the attorney's prepped. He knows what's coming, and the what do you call it? The bailiffs are they're just poised.
So they're coming out, I guess, in a couple months, or the broadcasting of 2020 should be. And then June to me a text and she was like, I did an interview months ago with the 2020. And I was like, that's great.
Yeah.
She said, hopefully it's not embarrassing or anything. LOL, they wouldn't let me see it.
I don't know why that's not true.
I said, I literally, because she was sending me an email that someone else had reached out to her, I guess Dateline. And I said, look, June, I was like, I can't tell you what to say or do, but I mean, if you're asking my opinion,
they're only going to have editorial content. You could sit down and do the nicest interview about me, and they'll cut out the bits and pieces that make me look like the person that they want to look like. Holy shit!
I mean, and I straight up told her, I said, look, you made a big mistake by having an interview at all. And I said, but I understand you were mad at Charlie, and at that time. And unfortunately, you are now still living through that because of the things that you said.
Yeah, I mean, she can do what she wants to do.
That's what I said. I was like, I can't tell you what to do or say, but honestly, if you're asking my opinion,
Maybe she just said, who knows, maybe she wanted to do the second interview to try to set it straight, what she said in the first. She obviously was very angry. Angry with the first one. She was angry, she was hurt, she was mad.
Yeah, she was bitter. She was sad. But yeah, so.
Yeah, it's just pretty, the more I hear stuff like that, it makes me think I'm never getting out.
Stuff like that does not change any hope.
This is not a case that's put it this way, I was in the courthouse. There was a guy that I was riding in with the van with, dressing out with. He was here for 3 years. He was here on a first-degree murder charge. He had a baby mama who was his girlfriend's place. Or she had a kid, I guess, with this other guy, her ex-boyfriend. He shows up. They have words. He had told him, listen, you have a problem with her. Don't talk to her anymore. You come talk to me. You deal with me. You don't deal with her anymore. You're her ex. You want to tell leave her the fuck alone. Come talk to me. So he shows up at the house or wherever they're at. This dude shoots him 8 times. right? And I guess one of the shots hit his head. So he's got a public defender, first degree murder charge. He shot him 8 times. When the police show up, he was unarmed. His defense was that he thought the guy had a gun when he reached for it. He pulled a gun out from his jacket, and he shot him 8 times. And he ran to the house and then called the police and just let the police know what just happened. And the police and fire rescue got there in a few minutes, right?
Yeah.
Police show up. He doesn't have a gun. He said he was reaching for a gun. But they had the body. That was there. There was no gun. Police and fire rescue got there in a few minutes. Time the call went out, right? And then I spoke to other officers who were like, yeah, there was nobody around. Nobody was hanging around. The police wanted the first one to show up to see, right?
Right.
They acquitted him. They deliberated from 11 in the morning. So the officers told me they deliberated from 11 in the morning till 7:30 at night. Deliberations. The verdict came in. He said, and then when I was talking to him, he said he had 2 black women on the jury. That's it. It was a black guy.
Wow.
He was there deliberating for 8 hours. I was talking to him for a little bit because I was my cell, having lunch. He was just he was pacing around his cell, and he was pacing his cell for 8 hours while the jury was deliberating. And they acquitted him. They handed him his belt and tie, and he walked out of the courthouse. Leon County Jail for 3 years. So the guy didn't have a gun. That's that somebody from the hood, after he shot and killed this guy, ran over, stole a handgun, and then that's why they never found the gun.
Wow.
But there was nobody to say that this guy had a gun. But someone came and stole it. Usually that's what happens if someone gets fucking shot 8 times and someone runs over and stays in the jacket with a gun. Then they get it in the next 3 to 4 minutes before the police show up.
And then you have your situation where the most minor fucking details are being twisted and spun.
But this is every
What minor details?
That means what I said didn't happen because I said, hey, thanks a lot, you're the best. Well, I'm saying that for a reason. That you're taking it completely out of context. I'm not waking up at 3.
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
In the morning, and I miss you so much. I wish we were still together. But that you can't say you know what happened on the 18th because in 2015 I said I'm lucky to have you in my life. Thank you so much. Like, what was that in relation to? I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? There's no context. It's just 5 or 6 words. And it's like, she kept saying, and this is his extorter. I'm like, damn, how can she?
I know, how many times did you have to fucking repeat yourself? And how clear is it that at that time, you said you didn't think you had anything to do with it?
No.
You literally had to say that 20 times. And it was frustrating, actually. I would have lost cool with it.
I mean, I kept saying to her, even in her openings and her other statements she was saying, she kept saying, this is his extorter. I kept writing it down, does she get it? She doesn't get it. We kept looking at each other going, she doesn't get it. No, we didn't get it. She was just restating the facts wrong, and that's what the jury took.
She was like, yeah, it doesn't matter if you actually just cleared that up. I'm going to keep going with my statement.
Yeah, I'm going to tell them what happened. Because you weren't there, so you're testifying for me. You're changing my testimony. You shouldn't be allowed to change people's testimony in a closing.
I agree.
You shouldn't be allowed to, say lies, put up autopsy photos, take all this stuff from having to do with my sister and my mom. That has nothing to do with the 18th. It's not about the evidence. It's about the show. But I mean, dude, how could I have been so fucking right in knowing exactly what is going to be up here? I mean, I'm not going to get into detail, but it's supposed to be what the I'm just saying, like...
Hey, thanks for the super sticker, Mr. Pinto Peabody. Thank you, Sally. So nice.
I knew I was innocent. People were always like, you know, one of the bailiffs that was taking me to court, like, probably in February, goes, man, I gotta ask you one question. He just said something like, he goes, listen, he's like, me and my buddies can't figure out why you didn't just pack it and run. He's like, you know, you had 5-6 years. He's like, if that was me, I would have been long gone. I'm like, I'm innocent.
Yeah, people see it. I mean, people are like, nope, not married, all this money, no kids, nothing tying you down where you are. So, I could have easily picked up, gone somewhere, and tried to disappear. Could have easily done that. I'm like, I'm innocent. I'm not running. They're not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. If I had anything to do with this, I'd be running to be hurt. And like, I even said that as like the first thing when they picked up on the audio was that if they had any evidence.
You didn't say what. You didn't say if I had anything to do with this. You said if they had any evidence, we'd have already been at the airport.
So we'd be on our way to the airport.
We're to the airport. I'm like, you're not going to have evidence to show I was a part of something I wasn't a part of. Like, if this is the police, that's fine. I'm happy. Like,
I know. I don't like how they twisted that either. Just saying like, oh, it's clear what you were saying. If they had evidence, we'd be on our way to the airport. If they had evidence.
What they're doing is they're twisting it, and they're saying it as like, hey, we did such a good job covering our tracks. We're not going to have any evidence. Well, aren't they like, if they are the police, aren't they pretending to be an associate of somebody that supposedly that we hired? Like, we didn't hire anybody. I don't know who the fuck these people are. Like, I'm trying to tell her, like, I'm not setting her up. I need your help. Like, that was the gist of it. And if I ever spoke bluntly, she would have thought, like, okay, he's setting me up and giving me no help and who's extorting me now. It's very logical. Like, it's a very logical explanation. It was exactly great. This is why so funds they're not necessarily guilty. They just may feel the system will not be able to treat them fairly.
Yeah, I see that now.
This is a prime example of like I knew what the temperature was up here. I knew what the fucking media was doing for years.
Riding Shotgun says, okay, dumb question here. Does Charlie's estate still pay child support, or does the prison system take it to defray costs of housing him? No. I don't think the prison system takes your money from the estate. That's just paid for by the state. You'll stay in prison. I mean, they take your money for court costs, victim compensation fund, and so on. But the actual stay in prison, I don't think they use a prisoner's own money for that. But, you know, I've not looked that up. I'm just saying what I believe.
I knew it. Like, I knew it, but I was like led to believe you'll be able to get a fair trial. Like, we use our X's. I think I told you how it works, how you like take people on the jury, like with the questionnaire and everything.
Yeah.
But like, we had people come in and they go, "Oh yeah, I heard a podcast about it like a couple of years ago. I think it was Over My Dead Body." Okay, so someone who hears
very
the podcast,
detailed,
like 6 hours of like shit.
No, like you're clearly very committed and know the people of this. You know the situation. You know what you know everything at this point, or you think you do by listening to the podcast. And then, but yeah, for someone to bring that up, it shows that like you have like dove down into some information about what's going on. And that shouldn't have been even an X needed to be used. That should have been like, okay, have a good day.
Yeah, and they agree for that, and then they go, yeah, and I've seen Dateline, but I could totally be fair. Okay, guess what? I'm using my X on you. Guess what? Next one, boyfriend's in the sheriff's office. Gotta use my X on you. Like, this case had so much publicity, it became so big, there was no way fucking hell. I had to get all 12 people to agree with me. I couldn't even get the 12 people to deliberate and look at what we're asking them to look at. They had deaf ears. 12 people with deaf ears, with having the top jury selection experts in the country.
Just so you know, I'm getting in an elevator, but it never cuts out, so you'll find.
Okay. Did you look up who I had as my jury consultant?
Oh, no, I meant to do that last night. I can't remember his name. Dubin.
Look at Dubin. Yeah, look up Dubin. His name is Josh Dubin. That's the Dubin Institute for Does the Law.
All right, let me find the apartment. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, this elevator never cuts out when I'm on the phone, so I didn't want to waste gas in the car. Okay. Get inside, because I gotta get dressed for work. Hold on. I'm going down the hallway first. Hold on. You get inside the... Yeah, I have to be at work by 10:30. The money. I always park on the other side of this ginormous building.
You can look it up whenever you got 5 minutes. Just remember Dubin, like Dublin, but Dubin.
Yeah. Josh, right?
Yeah.
Josh Dubin.
You looking up that?
Josh, stupid.
Yeah, Cardozo School of Law.
Oh.
Looking at his Instagram. Wow. Yeah, he looks familiar for some reason. Like,
yeah, but he does when I mean like the biggest cases in the country. Like, I don't even think I don't have a feeling he even charged us what his normal rate would have been.
Wow.
All I can tell you is that it still was like it was insane, and it was a fraction of probably what he normally charges me.
Crazy.
Like, this is my life, so it's like, we got to do what we got to do to save it.
Man, I can do this. It's true, honestly. Like, and I know if I feel this way, I know it's infinity with you, but it doesn't really feel real, truly.
But it's over. It's literally over.
I don't think of it as over. I don't. And no one's going to tell me that it is, because I don't feel like it is, or I don't want to feel like it is.
It's literally like, I just think to what the fucking analyst said to me, that, man, if I was you, I would have left years ago, been on a beach somewhere, packed it all in. And you know why he was saying that? Because she knew damn well I didn't stand a fucking chance coming like this. They don't arrest me for 6 years. I mean, as soon as they arrest me for bringing up there, there's no way I would have won this case. No way. It was unwinnable. Unwinnable.
And that's not how I thought. Literally, Monday morning, I was like, oh, this is, like, we're so, like, I was so happy.
I gave all my belongings away here. I had tons of fucking food in my room. I had my other long sleeve, gave it away. I gave my socks away.
And that is how secure and we felt about.
Yeah, dude, I was in the best mood, giving stuff away. Like, there's no way. Like, the jury's actually gonna take this seriously. They're gonna deliberate. They're gonna look at all the things that we showed. Like, reasonable doubt in a fucking first-degree murder case means you're taking somebody's fucking life. You have to be 100% sure you know what happened.
Like, you have to literally be 100% sure.
Yeah, not like, use your common sense. Yeah, you know what my common sense says? If the wife of the ex-husband who hates him shows up at his house 10 miles away on the day of the murder and drives by it, which you could take a million different routes, she can go to a bunch of different liquor stores, and she drives right down this little Trescott Street, little cut-through Trescott Street, an hour after the murder. There is, my common sense tells me, if you want to say what's your common sense, is she was there for a reason. Had to be. That's what my common sense tells me. But am I going to bet someone's life on it? No.
Right. Because there are such things as coincidences.
Use your common sense. Like, it's a 1 in 10,000 chance. Okay. Well, common sense tells me that, she was there for a fucking reason. If this was going to be dumbed down to use your common sense, y'all, you know what's going on. With the Nazi uniform, he's going to do Nazi shit. He's a Jew that's talking about being a Nazi. She twisted and turned and fucking created a story of just use your common sense. I mean, I should have done what the fucking family said. I didn't stand a chance. This cannot compete with showing facts and reasonable doubt. It can't. It can't. This is what I was walking into. Whatever I did was going to be worthless. Whatever I did is going to be worthless. My fucking house that I love, that literally is an extension of me. I just picture myself walking through there a million times. I'm never going to step foot in that place again.
Nothing.
The house is going to be cleared out, my clothes are going to be boxed up, and it's going to be sold. I will be erased. It's fucking mental torture being in here, dude. No.
Look, don't ever say you're going to be erased. You're not going to be erased. And
let me just put it this way. I thought I was going to get a fair trial. This wasn't a trial. This was...
No, it wasn't even that was not even a trial. You had not people walking in there 100% using their common sense or 100% being proven or, their mind made up and looking at facts. These are people that 100% walked in, knew what they wanted to do.
Right. It was a circus-like atmosphere. The whole atmosphere was circus-like. This wasn't going to be won by Dan. This wasn't going to have a jury selector. He couldn't even get people that would consider the facts. This was unwinnable. This was unfucking winnable in Tallahassee. With all the coincidences that happened, this was not a winnable case. End of story.
Charlie, I believe the word is coinkydinks. The coinkydinks.
End of fucking story. And that's why the family said to me, if I was you, I would have left 5 years or 6 years ago. I don't know why you hung around. And I'm like, I'm innocent. Innocent or not innocent. My sister showed up at the crime scene an hour after it happened. What does that sound like to you, Bert?
Yeah. I know. I think
that would be honestly like, you look at all the connections and think it was in our place, and then you're like, you're living in Fort Lauderdale, and then that morning you decide you want to go, something happens to me, and you decide you want to go check out Fort Lauderdale Yacht Club. Like, or you're going to I don't know, you want to go to a farm store. So you go to my farm store, and then you go to pull down the street and then make a U-turn there an hour after something happens. And they're like, for 15 other stores you could have gone to. And then why'd you go to have to go all the way down the street? You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't make sense, the timing, the everything, you know, the communication. It looks like something it's fucking not. I just feel like I got fucking conned. To be honest with you, I got conned.
You did.
I got conned into thinking I was going to get a fair trial here.
You did feel that way. You absolutely did.
Right. It was everything that I feared that it was going to be coming up in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm. Is there, I guess you can't talk to me about details, but anything regarding that juror? I mean, is there any chance of this, like, leading to a mistrial because of that, or is that not going to go in there?
It depends on people. You know, juror misconduct is the quickest way to get a retrial, but got to be a retrial.
Juror misconduct. I mean, you got to hope, right? You got to, you know. I mean, that kind of stuff really is into the lottery territory, though, isn't it? I mean, that does happen. Look at what happened with God, what's that girl's name? You know, Chris McNabb's baby mama. Fucking hell, we should cover that as well, huh? What a horrific case. I generally stay away from meth head cases because it's like, well, they're just a fucking meth head, you know. Like Taylor's your business. People were asking me, do Taylor's your business? And it's like, well, what is there to say, really? She's a fucking meth head. But the Chris McNabb one has got a bit more to work with. There. Kind of horrific, though. I'm not looking forward to it.
Trial, got to be in another town. I mean, if you think there's media attention now, wait until they do a retrial. And listen, if you can go up and do the same thing, yo, you did your college desk. Yeah, you know what my college desk told me? It's fucking crazy that my sister showed up at the scene an hour after it happened. It's fucking crazy. It defies all logic. Statistically, it's got to be like, you can't even be 1 in 10,000. If she showed up if she drove through there an hour earlier, 2 hours earlier, it would have meant nothing. It defies all logic that she's there. Unless she has some prior knowledge. And she was talking to me that morning, she was talking to my mom that morning. If you create a little story and you go use your common sense.
Well, common sense tells you that if someone had anything to do with it, then going by that actual street wouldn't even be a thing.
That's the last place on the planet she'd be. You know what Cappleman said? She couldn't help herself. Do you have any evidence to that? No, but she could show she was there. She could show that it wasn't the closest liquor store to where she was by far.
I mean, yes, you can't argue that fact that she was there, but you can use common sense in saying, okay, this is a coincidence. But also, I mean, I was just sitting there thinking, if she really did have something to do with it, that would be the last place, the last area that you could even do.
Unless she's a crazy bitch who couldn't help herself.
Yeah, but she's not some dumbass. That, like, you know what I mean? A very smart woman.
But you know that. I know that. The jury thinks think she's smarter than everybody else. She's writing a book. She was on Tallahassee on the way out the door with an imaginary fictional character. But Wendi, that fictional character was exactly your family. Immigration lawyer, professor husband, 2 young boys in a town that sounds just like Tallahassee. That you're leaving. It's a dot on the map on the way to civilization. Like, that just insulted the fuck out of everybody in that room. That was her giving the. If I knew that they were going to take all these other things and make that the case.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it one more time without the thank you, Pinto, for that fabulous coffee. Those 3 fabulous coffees.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
It really is the best sound bite. You know, we should have a little library. We should have a little library going. You know, I think people should be downloading that for their ringtone when they get a text. Fucking A, bro. Oh, love it. Thank you, Pinto, for the coffees. Much appreciated.
I mean, look, Katie's coming in there and lying again for the 5th time.
I know.
It doesn't matter
There's
what
2 criminals there.
And Luis Rivera said it could have been an extortion.
Yeah.
Like, he's a real witness, not a book. But dude, they took everything and they created. You know, it's not about facts. It's about the show. Like,
he said it. He said Katie was the mastermind. I did what I was told. He came up there. He told his truth, and he said, "Yeah, I mean, I was lied to by Garcia, by Katie. It could have been an extortion." I'm like, I got there and I was like, "Okay, what was this?" And then Katie, who was obviously a liar. And then you have you coming up there doing the best damn testimony that you could ever do considering your position. And then you have Cappleman solely focused on emails that were not sent from you, your sister, and her book. And the simple fact that painting this picture that you guys are just a rich white family that look down upon these people of Tallahassee. So go back in there and just let that sink in.
Hey, and guess what? That line in Wendy's book, you can't deny that when she said it wasn't that it was a fictional character and it wasn't modeled after her, she sounds like a liar. And then when you hear those 2 lines from the book, it sounds like she's giving them the middle finger on the way out the door.
Right.
And then she's telling them that it was a fictional character and not saying it was modeled after her, makes her look like she's a liar to their face.
Yep.
And you know, Cappleman
This is Brianna Price, Julia. Oh.
Personally, she couldn't help herself. Okay, and guess what? Some people can't help themselves. Like, some people do stupid shit. They enjoy it. Like, you ever hear about the arsonist who shows up to watch a firing car? Very common. They think they're smarter than everybody else. They're showing up. They're taking it all in. They're talking to people about it. They're watching it burn down.
A good old everyday psychopath. That's pretty much how she pretty reality is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, when Ryan, after he got me fired, Jared hired, and then did the stalking thing and sent the photos to Talia and set that whole thing up, it had to be me, right? I mean, that's the only thing that would make sense, considering I sent Darren a message that said, karma's a bitch, wait till your tough times come around. I did say that. And what was it followed
Saying
up
that
with?
he could easily be in the same position that you were just in. But words can be twisted.
But guess what? Who showed up to Darren's house to help him out?
Well, I'm about to block Ryan. He messaged me again this morning saying, "Don't ignore me, Bree. LOL.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don't do me a favor, don't But don't block him, just don't respond.
I'm not.
Don't.
No, but if he messages me again, I mean, there's no reason for him to be messaging me.
Yeah, but if you listen, okay, do me a favor. Don't block him. Let him write whatever he wants. Just ignore him. Please do not write him back. I'm begging you not to.
Well, no, because it just makes him look insane.
Yeah.
And kind of soft.
Do not. Yeah. Do me a favor. Don't write him back. That's all I'm asking you to do. Please don't respond.
I won't.
You promise?
I promise. I have not and will not. I have nothing to say to him.
Yeah.
And he thinks that I would be crazy to respond. I mean, that literally goes to show how psycho he is to think that I would even respond to him.
Yeah.
And then like, so what's up for you? Question mark. How are you holding up? And then 2 days later, don't ignore me, Bree. LOL.
Yeah.
Fucking nutcase.
Yeah. No, he's fucking up. But do just that. You're obviously bothering him by ignoring him. So do me a favor. Let him write whatever he wants to write, but just don't respond to him.
I promise I will not.
So
yeah, I mean he's the definition of a true psychopath from all this stuff he did and weaved and tried to get away with, and it's just beyond.
No, and dude, one of the crazy things in 2017, when I was standing in the hospital, and he was like, "Did Darren come by?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "Man, I'm so sorry, bro. I don't get it."
Well, he asked that too. He asked that a couple times when he even came to the house to.
Yeah. Like, I literally had a sick feeling because I'm like, dude, the only reason that Darren can possibly act like this is if somebody might have pissed in his ear. So I would go to Darren and say, "Darren, why am I saying anything to you? He's talking shit about me, and he this and he that." It wasn't until 2019 when you had sent Darren the messages that Darren got mad at me and told me
thinking that it was about, yeah.
Yeah, even he called Ryan to see if he thought that I was trying to get him again. You think Chuck's behind this? And then he wrote me the text that said, "Ryan always says he loves you, but it's too much at times." I was like, "Oh my God, that's how Ryan is feeling for me." And I'm like, I see what happens. Ryan gives to you, tells you how much he loves me. He drops off the information in your ear, then makes you promise not to say anything. So you don't want to get in the middle of stuff. But really all it is.
Ryan has always been a piece of shit because after you knew about those, I think it was like 2 weeks later, I get a text from Ryan saying, "Why didn't you text me?"
Yeah, no,
like, he's always been in a nutcase, and you know, I was on board with Ryan. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I remember telling you in the very beginning, like, no, or you know.
When you said that, you were like, "Ryan is more of a bother." Ryan wouldn't like really trust me, a piece of shit. But I knew in my heart that Ryan was going around getting rid of people, and I would question them and going to get involved. They bought his shit. They thought Ryan loved me, and he was just looking out for me. But it's just difficult. He's having a hard time with me, so he didn't want them to say anything. That he's saying anything, so he was able to convince people of things, and at the same time convince them that he was my friend, and convince them that they should be around. It's insane. Do me one favor. Do not erase them. Don't respond to them. Trust me, when he gets arrested for institutional fraud, he'll regret sending you this message.
I was going to screenshot them and send them to Selma, but I think I'm just going to keep them to myself because I feel like if word gets out that like I'm saying Ryan's reaching out, he won't do it again. And you're right, I'm annoying him by not responding.
Yeah, just respond. Just say, do me a favor, don't delete him.
I'm not. I won't.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't delete them. Screenshot them. Don't delete them. Just don't respond.
I'm not.
So just don't do it, because I don't want you to get into it with him and then he tries to start messing with you. Just like I said, please don't respond. Please don't respond.
I promise on our son, there will not be one word sent from me to Ryan.
And don't delete him. Don't block him.
And I'm not going to delete, and fine, I won't block him.
Yeah. So, anyway, Jesus. Really, all I can say is that when that Taylor told me that, I thought, yeah, I'm innocent. I'm going to win. There is no way in hell if they could actually are allowed to do what they did in that courtroom. If anyone knew that they were allowed to do what they did in that courtroom, there's no way in hell.
Yeah, I know.
It's got to be tough, isn't it? You know, I mean, I'm sure Bree wants to allow Charlie to, you know, I mean, it must be, it would be obvious that it's helpful for him to at least talk, right? He's sitting in a room on his own for 23.5 hours a day, whatever, you know, just to pass the time. He's got his tablet, he can call you. But when he does call you, there's nothing being said at all. There's no content here. You can feel how bored she is on the phone. And even with Donna, I mean, you know, everyone he calls is just like, okay, yeah. I think the longest, what was her name? Janice. Janice is probably the funniest caller.
I mean, now looking at it, there's...
Looking at it, had it gone through the system, and lived it, if I knew that they were allowed to do what they did in that courtroom, and then I knew fully up, I mean, I had a good feeling of what the temperature was like up here, but holy shit, not till I got up here.
Right.
Like, holy shit, not till I got up here. If I knew what they were allowed to do in that courtroom, I can honestly tell you, I now understand why the bailiff said to me I would have been on a beach somewhere. Innocent, doesn't matter. You guys see why the bailiff said to me I would have been on a beach somewhere. I mean, it's hard to conceptualize, but that's...
No, they say innocent until proven guilty. You weren't proven to be guilty. You had a ton of assholes up there that already had their...
Use your common sense. I mean, if it's referred to you as use your common sense, y'all, if you think he's guilty, he's guilty. Like, that's like saying, like, do I think that it smells like shit? Do I think that my sister, like, if you said that your common sense tells you the ex-wife, you know, has all these liquor stores, goes to the liquor store 3 times the distance away, takes a route that's not even the most direct route to that liquor store, goes by passing by her husband's house who just got murdered an hour ago, and after she spoke to her brother that morning. Use your common sense right there. What would you say? Oh, for sure, Cappleman. Like, she hated it up here. What happened there just made her impossible. So 48 hours she was in Miami. Like, what does your common sense tell you? She knew. If she knew, she knew she's involved. If she's involved, he's involved. You're guilty. Okay. Like, everything else that they didn't look at reasonable doubt, and you gotta be sure you know what happened. They looked at reasonable doubt as like, use your common sense, y'all.
Yeah, I haven't gone back to look, but I now, like, see, sorry to put in a cough drop, that she definitely put on, I was watching a couple clips, like, there's no part of me that wants to go back and, like, you know, watch, but, she definitely put on that, you know, southern.
Put on the southern, y'all. I mean, how many times her accent and everything just blossomed into, like, you know, but like, if I would have known, I mean, I had a feeling that it was going to be like this, but if I would have known that they could have do and twist and portray, and then you can say something, and then they'll just repeat it wrong to the jury. Repeat your words wrong to the jury over and over and over and over again. Well, if I say it once and she says it 5 times, or we say things wrong to the jury, that's just how it's ingrained in their heads. They're eating out of the prosecutor's spoon. Like, this wasn't like beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, I was fucking innocent. You know what happened at my house on the 18th? Were you there?
Right.
Like, it wasn't even close. It wasn't even to the point that these people, it was a fucking joke. It was a joke, and you know what? I know why the bailiff said to me what he said to me. Like he told me he would have been on a beach somewhere. He goes, I already had all this time. Why did you leave? Why did you leave? And I'm like, I'm innocent. They're not going to have evidence. Oh, they had evidence. They had evidence that Wendi spoke. They had evidence that Wendi showed up. They had evidence that was done in emails. They had evidence because they sent the kissy face emoji. You want to see how many times I've used that kissy face emoji? Like,
yeah, it's into like the Indian stuff, and that's a good point. It's like,
you're the best.
I just know that Charlie Adelson was a big emoji user, right?
Oh, kissy face, you're the best. Like, okay, you want to see how many times I've said that? And then, love you, bro. Kissy face. Like, it's not like you got to see the context and understand how that person texted, and then you got to know the person and know the context. Otherwise, the same email is obnoxious, the same text is obnoxious.
Hey, Leslie, I don't think it was anything to do with these fucking emails, okay? Depositions have been being cancelled all the time. I think the defense put a bunch of depositions down. Francis McBanower, Pat Sanford, these have been cancelled as well. I think they just put a big list of depositions to get them in, and they've cancelled them. You know, the fact that it happening close to those emails, not connected. Nothing's going to happen with the emails. God, roll on the 30th of April. Fucking hell. I don't know why I've been getting so stressed out about this. You know, I'm trying to just take it easy, and I don't want to offend anyone. You know, I really don't. And it's not about other people thinking the way I think. It's just, I don't know. I feel like I'm going up against an ocean that loves to jump on this thing just because Surviving the Survivor put out this fake tabloid idea. April 30th. Come on, what are we, the 25th? 5 days. 5 days, please, Judge Everett, put this to bed. No offense to anybody, please. It's just been getting to me. It's been hard to handle.
Sarcastic and an asshole. Could be from the same text coming from someone else being very, very loving and caring.
Hey, Jibs and Jabs, just hit the like button. Everybody hit the like button. How are we doing on the likes? Let's check. I am sleepwalking my way through this show. Oh, look. 94 likes. Good job. But we can do better. Everyone hit that big thumb. Please.
Like, you can't just give it its own meaning. I mean, not to bring him up one last time, but like, what Ryan texted me the other day, if it came from a friend, well, who's it coming from? You'd be like, oh, that's really sweet of them to reach out.
You're not going to hear it from me, Jibs. I just don't want to open the can. You know, I just want to climb under the bed until the 30th comes and puts this ridiculous idea down.
I know you gotta get to work.
No, I still have an hour. I'm actually, as we're talking, I just have to get changed. I woke up at like 5 and showered. Roman was up at like 5:45, and then I'm just really glad you called this morning, honestly. I mean, I know you made Roman's day. That was just, I mean, the look on his face, Charlie. He was like, Daddy's calling. I never called this morning.
All right, I'm just going to say this once. The emails, this is just my opinion, but it's also the truth. The emails mean nothing. There's no decrypted thing. It's completely standard operating procedure. There's not going to be a continuance. There's not going to be a delay. And the emails mean virtually nothing. There's no big thing coming from these fucking emails.
I mean, put it this way: if someone told me you got cancer and you got a 50% chance of maybe living 5 years, you have cancer now, and you may be able to 5 years, so you're going to go be with your son and be out there, I would sign up for that right now. Without a doubt. If someone said you had a year left to live, I would sign up for that and go out there right now. That's how, like, you don't understand, like, I'm sitting in a cell talking like, oh, like fucking, like, I'm realizing, like my house is going to be sold. Like, my clothes are going to be boxed up. I mean, it's just going to be sad. I mean, I don't know, my parents are going to fucking die for this.
Charlie, okay.
My dad's going to be 80 this summer. He has heart problems. He's fucking 80 years old. You're going to go to my house and clean out clothes. What are we going to do with my clothes? Not that I have much clothes, but what are you going to do with them? Put them in the storage locker?
Anything that I can do? Do you want me to down to Florida?
No, it's just like really like the severity. I mean, it's happening in 3 days, two and a half days. It feels like it's been fucking 2.5 months that has this on my head now. I mean, it's literally, I'm realizing that like everything is gone. Anything that you got, any slight bit of enjoyment from is gone. Everything is going on in the outside world without you. You will never be a part of it again. I'll never see my son play soccer. I'll never talk to him again. I mean, maybe if I get to a place where I have a contact visit, like somebody, give a hug. Maybe a rule against that. Like, I may be in a place I'm really maximum security, right? Maximum security. Like, maximum security, people with life sentences and not getting out. It keeps them all together. It's the most dangerous group of people you can possibly be around. They become animals. They literally don't become human after a while.
I know.
They literally don't become human after a while. Can we put that in English? They literally become unhuman after a while. What did he say? They literally don't become human after a while.
Like, it is the definition of hell. They're not there to rehabilitate you because you're never going to go into the free world. They're going to come out of the box. You're going to come out of the box. I had such an amazing life. problem with that too. Is like, I know how much opportunity I had, and I know how good it was, and I know how great everything was, and I know what the best of everything is. So it's not like I was living in the street somewhere, only a homeless man going to this.
Oh,
I'm literally
fuck. Mute button. And that was I had a really good comment. But now if I repeat it, it will seem insincere. Shit. What a comment to miss. What was it? Ah.
You know what great and good life means. So
I know how good life was. It could be. It has been for me at times. And I know how hard I worked. And I know what I achieved, where I got to. Like, normal for me was going to Sophie's Dental and doing surgery and going to Joe's Stump Crab for lunch and, like, hanging out with friends and Ferraris and limo and my son and a great career and a life that, like, most people were very, very jealous of.
I know.
So they were happy to shit on it. They were jealous of you. They didn't have a life they came close to.
I still can't.
It's more than the just Jewish men are very loyal to their moms though thing, isn't it, Leslie? Because, you know, I think the reason the family is so enmeshed is because they're the only ones that can accept and tolerate how they treat other people. Charlie's been essentially groomed into being a fucking asshole, and the only people that really accept that are the ones that taught him how. You know, he's dependent on them. I mean, they all are very lonely in the world outside of their own family because they're incapable of humanitarian values.
I may have to send them to Dan. I screenshot those text messages that I sent you. I may have to send them to Dan.
Yeah, it was Tuesday, 11:46. What's up, Bree? Yeah, 11:46 a.m. What's up, Bree? How are you holding up? And then this morning at 7:52, I had posted the stories. Again, I don't post on my profile because I just don't want to I don't want to introduce comments or anything like that. It's just not going to happen. Would never post Roman's face or anything like that, especially for a long time. And then, so when I do, it's just like, I mean, like I posted a photo of like his backpack with like his keychains. He has a little like anything on it. Anyways, so I posted last night of like a Christmas box, just had like Christmas ornaments in it. And so Ryan responded to that at 7:52 this morning and said, "Don't you ignore me, Bree. LOLOL."
Yeah, take a screenshot of both of those. I may have you send them to Dan.
It's all in like a conversation, so yeah, it's one screenshot.
Yeah.
And it shows that he follows me, but I don't follow him.
Yeah, but the messages from him, screenshot, and like,
yep, that's Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I promise I'm not going to say anything, okay? And if you want me to send it,
screenshot them, I may have to send it to Dan.
Tay, welcome back, Tay. How you doing?
I won't. I haven't. There's this one girl that she was initially messaging me from some other account, and I wasn't responding, obviously. And they were nice messages. There was actually one that was like, "I'm honestly shocked at this verdict. I feel so bad for you guys." And went on this whole thing. It was like the look on Charlie's face, the heartbreak, this whole thing. I didn't respond. I don't know the account. Right. I don't respond to anything. She then messaged me from, I guess, her main account. She's a mom with 2 daughters. And she's been messaging me. She was like, I totally understand why you're not responsive. I just, you know, feel for you, like, you know, and just this whole thing. I did respond. I was just like, thank you for the kind words. That's all I said. Yeah. And she was like sending me photos of like her daughters. And then she like, a couple nights, she like sent me, she was like, I'm going to send you a link to, I have a jewelry line. I'd like you to pick out 3 things. And I'm like, oh, cool, free jewelry.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying thank you for your kind words. Just always be careful with what people close the door.
All I said was thank you for your kind words, and I haven't been responsive to it afterwards. But,
but dude, it's honestly like, I'm definitely going to have to do something with Brian.
I really, actually, I mean, Charlie, I know this is one, if there's one thing that, I mean, obviously, you know, Roman comes first as far as like, you know, accomplishing things from where you are. But I'm saying Ryan needs and deserves to go to hell, to go through hell, to go to hell.
Ryan needs and deserves to go to hell. Oh. I mean, Bree's just in this because she's got a cash ticket here, right? She knows that Donna and Harvey are gonna put a trust for Roman and give her, you know, all the support that she needs because she's the mother of Charlie's son. I mean, it's the cash cow. The Adelson cash cow is knocking at her door. And, you know, part of supporting him on the jail phone call is protecting that, well, not investment, asset, I suppose, right? Oh, yeah, oh, no, Cappleman, she doesn't know how to do a closing. You were so likable on the stand. I mean, she can't really think that. I mean, she just seems like a normal woman. Probably, quite privileged, it seems, just in general, in her upbringing. We've been through her Instagram, which is open, by the way, in case anyone hasn't seen it. Yeah, but she can't actually buy this shit.
Go through hell and then end up in hell. And I want you to do anything that you can do to make that happen because this man is so disgusting.
Yeah. No, anything legal.
No, I see how words can be messed up. Okay, yes, obviously. I'm saying he deserves to go through legal hell. Yeah, it's stuff. You can say words and then like it just sounds so bad.
Or text. If you look at your phone or look at text message for each thing, like unless you know how to person text, and they write the same shit to everybody, it's kind of like, oh, thank you, you're the best, love you, Sandy, you're the best. Like, you know, obviously it's kind of like I said to Danny. I didn't know he was feeling for me too. Did you know what he did after we like changed the locks in the building? He back and he broke the glass, opened it up, and then re-entered the sort of steal stuff out.
I have I know obviously when you talk about the house and things being boxed up and I mean, obviously, I know it's not something you want to talk about, but if there's anything you want me to have for women, or, you know, as far as, I would like to have your cargo pants.
So, any of my clothes, I'd love for him maybe to wear it one day. I think it's really bad.
I'm saying, I mean, you have about 1,000,001 white t-shirts.
Maybe, like, I have to close it.
Again, just saying if there's anything and anything personal.
I have above my dog hole. My dog hole. picture of me, Coleman, and Enzo. There's a flow of photos that don't, but it was sitting on the steps of the pool, and Roman sitting in my lap, and Enzo sitting in front of him on the steps in front of him. There was the three of us in the pool with my dog, with me and Enzo, and it's just like the three of us. And I'm like, you know, I love the photo. I can see in my head. I want to have it here because it'll just make it worse. And then, and then I'm thinking like, that would be good granddad. But like, I don't want to make the kid depressed. If he woke up every morning and saw a photo of me sitting with Enzo, him in the pool, all it's going to do is kill him.
No, it would not.
You want to break his go apart? Yeah, that's your dad that you can't ever do that with again. That's your dog.
Charlie, that would not break his heart. In fact, something like that is things that he was going to need. Would you rather Roman and not have?
Well, but I'm just saying, like, I hated it, like, sitting here, picturing him, sitting in your apartment, looking at the photo of me and him on the steps of the pool.
Yeah, you know what that's going to do? It's going to put a. I know. But you know what it would do for him? Is he can smile.
Yeah, make him miss me. It's going to make him miss his dad.
He's going to miss you regardless. He needs things like that.
I know. I'm not throwing any photos away. Let me put it this way. I'm going to make sure all the photos are saved.
He's going to miss you regardless. Yeah, he was 3 years old when he went away, man. He's going to forget you, okay? Probably. There'll be this fleeting memory, but he won't be sure if it's an actual memory or just one of those memories that he's created from being told things. But eventually, people will tell him less about you. It's like, how's Dad? Well, still in prison, still in protective custody because there's a target on his back. And then one day, possibly, he's been killed in prison by the Latin kings.
It's like,
I mean, Enzo, you got Enzo when Roman was a baby. You were worried about things being put in a box?
No, I'm not throwing anything away, but it's the same thing. They have my dad. They have Dollar to go over my house. I'll talk to him on the phone and do stuff because it's going to kill my parents being in the house.
I know. Charlie, if you need me to, I mean, obviously I would never take Roman there right now. But if you need my help, my mom can keep Roman in North Carolina. I could fly down. I could help you with this. I could help your parents.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Sully will hold my dad. You don't need to be there with them. I'm going to make it worse.
All right.
So Sully will be talking about this line and other stuff like that. Just go in there and do. I'm not going to throw anything away.
Clothing I would love for you to send up, or I would love for.
Yeah.
But I don't like talking about this because I feel like this is not like a forever thing. I don't like talking about it like that.
I know what has to happen for this to get. Like, first of all, it's a mountain. Okay, it's a mountain, and it's obviously he said, she said. I mean, I have proof of some things that I was reported, but like he said, she said. Outside of Katie coming in and telling what happened, like.
No, it was more like he said, and then she spun it.
Y'all use your common sense. I mean, all the things that she put up there, if I would have known that she was going to shift the focus from back to English people, you know, telling me that, oh, he's arrogant. Like, okay, how am I arrogant? Like, I don't think I came across arrogant on the stand. You don't know me.
No, you did not. That was everyone's. That's her opinion of you, and she used it as a fact on a trial for your life.
Right, and it's like, use your common sense, clothes. Like, well, you don't use your common sense to figure out what happened when you weren't there. That's not common sense. Was this something that could have happened? Yeah, it did happen. Okay. I mean, listen, use your common sense. Wendi shows up at the crime scene an hour after it happened. By the way, like, you see how we're talking in conversation? Somebody could, like, take this one sentence I just said and go, he said to breathe. Use your common sense. The sister showed up at the crime scene after it happened. Like, even he thinks, it sounds like he thinks that, she's guilty. No, I don't. I'm just saying, do you see how, like, when people are talking and you're just going to take sentences out and read the sentences without the context?
Oh, I know. What I just said about Ryan made me sound like you had people on the outside that could take care of them.
Yeah. Like,
I just don't have that to like, you know, I know.
Like,
it's such bullshit.
No,
I mean,
this about getting my lawyer to get him for all the money he stole. Like,
yeah, I know.
But the point is, like, you're taking things out of context, taking sentences and highlighting them. Not because of the reason why I said something. I'm the one who said it. I know why I said it. Cappleman knows why I said something. I don't. Like, she wasn't there. Like, it just became, even the bailiffs that were there were like, man, I've never seen anything like this here. Like, this is worse than the last trial. Like, this was a fucking, I know exactly why that bailiff said to me, if I was you, I would have left 5 years ago. He's like, none of us can figure out why he didn't run. I'm like, innocent. Yeah, but all the stuff they got, like, what do they got? All emails? Okay. Mom didn't like him. He didn't like Mom. Alright. Like, you know, $1 million offer? Yeah. Like, that's probably what caused this, no doubt. Like, this is insane. It's insane and surreal because, like, you know when you can see something happening before it happens, but then you get talked out of it?
Yeah.
So led to believe that, like, look, having Josh Newman come in and having Dan spend a year working more than any case he's ever worked in his life. And the case coming, he said, it's coming out good. Like, he said, if you would have told me a year ago, not a year ago, he said, if you would have told me 2 weeks ago that we'd be at this point in the case, at this point, I would be ecstatic. So with 23 years of experience, having the case come out the way it's come out for, when I was done testifying, so like, okay, we're about to wrap. So on Friday, he tells me,
thank you, Ryden, for the super chat. Nice one, Ryden.
He would have, if I would have told him 2 weeks ago, the case would be at this point, at this point in trial, we would be at this stage. How would you be feeling? His answer is ecstatic. That's how the case came out. You know, I wasn't asking him after day 1 or day 2. This was like, we had Thursday, Friday, and then Monday through Friday. So after 7 days of testimony, 7 days of trial, you were ecstatic with how it's coming out. You have...
Goddamn mute button. Thank you so much, Ryden Shotgun, for the super chat. Nice one, Ryden. Thank you.
Josh Newman, who's the biggest name there is in doing what he does, come down and take this shirt. They didn't even deliberate. They were in there, just fill out paperwork and eat lunch, and that was 3 hours until they got the verdict. Like, this was 12 people saying guilty.
Mine's fully made up.
Not one fucking person. So how is this a winnable case with you thinking it came out as good as we possibly could have done? We did better than you thought we were going to do. So the evidence, the testimony, the way the trial went, came out better than expected. So you do a better than expected job. You have the top jury consultants in the country weeding out people that you think that would be good for us.
Right.
with getting people that you think that would be good for us and you doing better than you could have ever hoped, he said, dude, this isn't even a case I'm thinking about losing. He's like, I'm just worried that we get one crazy juror that says guilty and the whole case hangs. Because usually I hope we get one juror that goes innocent and we get a case that heavily hangs. Because with this case, I'm looking at it totally different. I think that we could possibly, I'm worried that we're going to get someone that hangs us. And the case came in better than expected.
Yeah.
So better than expected, the way it's presented and comes in and the test. You never know what Luis Rivera is going to give us. You don't know what other people are going to give us. Like, he totally discredited the cops. He destroyed Ryan. He got Luis Rivera to say that it could have been an extortion. Like, fucking things that, like, you don't know how it's going to go until you get people on the stand.
No, and after those, I was like, wow, like, this is...
And then they said it's going to all come down to you. Okay. I do direct, I do cross. I'm told that, like, that we're in an amazing position. Amazing position for what? You're in Tallahassee. Y'all, use your common sense. She showed up at the crime scene. Mic drop. Mic drop.
Yep.
Like, my intuition of what I had in front of me, if I would ever be arrested, was completely right.
I fucking hate that.
Like, so...
I mean, obviously, I was worried, but, I mean, no one knew.
You think the bailiff is wrong?
No. Makes sense why you said it.
He couldn't figure out, he's like, none of us can figure out why you have it wrong.
Well, never mind it. Because I'm innocent. Why would I? And then not looking back, you're like, well, damn.
Now I see. He was looking at Mom's emails, going, look convicted with those emails. Look, my sister showing up is a 1 in 10,000 chance. 1 in 10,000 is by accident, right?
Yeah.
Her explanation may be true, but what are the chances that happens? What would you say statistically? I've heard people say 1 in a million, but I think it's got to be in the thousands.
Oh, for sure.
She's been to that liquor store.
So there's almost no chance of that happening.
The girl who doesn't drink has to return to the liquor store on that date, on that time.
Then pull up bourbon and then goes to, yep.
Yeah, it was Friday. She got basically this easy explanation. It was Friday. She got done with the TV repairman. She was meeting her friends for lunch. She wanted to pick up the bottle that she needed for that night's party. Thank God she had that invitation that requested a bottle of full bourbon, and thank God she was actually going. She was like had an invitation for that party and it was that party. Can you imagine if she fucking drove by his house and just went and bought a bottle of full bourbon?
Oh, it's good.
She'd be sitting in jail right now.
Oh.
There's no way
Tanya Hurley, our friend in Boston, or at least Massachusetts. We haven't lost sound. But if you refresh, sometimes people do that, and they refresh the YouTubes, and it comes back full sound quality on Metrix.
Look at the connection. She spoke to me, she spoke to my mom, and she drove by his house. She's not in the same fucking neighborhood, Bree. She lives 17 minutes away.
I know. If it wasn't for the simple fact that I kind of do the same thing with going to, just comfortable places, I see other crazy things.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Hey, Jane, not that Jane. Jane K. Jane Kane bought a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel, Jane. Thank you so much.
What you think about it? Do you know how many roads there are? There are. How many lanes there are?
I think this is going to be our last jailhouse call night for a little while, guys. It's just, you know, I think possibly a better way to do these calls would be to edit them down, because we just end up in this kind of repetitive Charlie Adelson loop, right? There's not much to comment on, but it's nice that we can all listen to it together, I guess. But tomorrow's show is going to be dynamite. We're gonna prep the whole thing all day. We're gonna spend the whole day prepping, and then evening comes around, we're gonna go live, and it's gonna be great. Come back for that. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, share, leave a comment.
You're going to turn down Prescott an hour after and have to pull.
Yeah, I guess right now driving to Denali, I really wouldn't go out of my way because gas. But yeah, just the probability of that happening, the day, the time, what she's going to go get, a whole out of her way. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big one. And that's
like,
hey Brian, yeah, all good here, man.
not a big one. It's a small. It's a very big small one.
it's a not 1 in 100, I'll tell you that. So it's either a coinky-dink or she's involved. One of the two. And if you're saying it's a coinky-dink, a 1 in 5 coinky-dink I can buy. A 1 in 50 coinky-dink I can buy. A 1 in 100 coinky-dink I can buy.
Yeah. It's less than a coincidence. It's a coinky-dink.
Yeah, the fact that...
Yay, we had it right. Coinky dink. It was Charlie that introduced that to Katie. Remember we had our poll last night, guys? Now Bree's saying it. He comes up with these things. What did he say to his dad? The huge. Just the old bit of the huge.
now that it's now in the thousands. There's one that's in the thousands that is a coincidence. Otherwise, she's involved. And if she's involved, he's involved. Use your common sense. But it did happen. But honestly, with seeing that being a key piece of evidence, with calling my parents' landline a key piece of evidence, with like them building a case around insignificant shit. I know why that sheriff's officer said I would have been on a beach somewhere.
Yeah, like why are you here and not already on a beach?
Yeah, that I really didn't fully appreciate was without a doubt why, no matter what they did, said, showed, proved, no matter what jury consultants you had that you put on, you couldn't get one person to even give it the time of the fucking day.
No. That's because they already had their mind up, Charlie. Like you said. It was a lose-lose situation for you. It wasn't a trial. It was a fucking circus.
It was a circus. It was a fucking circus. It had the media and all the people and the electricity and the commotion. This wasn't a normal, like, you know, it was the front page of the Tallahassee Democrat that 900 jurors summoned for Charlie Adelson's murder trial. Front page in big black letters across the. First of all, it wasn't 900, it was 100. I think it's just 150. But it said 900 summoned for the murder of Charlie Adelson's murder trial. Front page, Tallahassee Democrat. Big bold one.
We're trying, Christina. I mean, I know Amy told you that we've got some real good ones coming out soon. Theories, opinions, breakdowns. But this machine, man, you know, to export that 50-minute video, it took 3 hours. 3 hours, and I couldn't do fuck all on the computer while that was happening, otherwise it would crash. So yeah, but it's not going to be long now. We've got another 5 days to raise the budget to get the Metrix Beast supercomputer. Maybe we should start another goal. I don't know, we've been a little quiet on the goals, but I've been quiet tonight. I don't really feel like I deserve a goal, but we are on a time limit. Because that's going to change things massively. Can you imagine? Great edited videos every day. I mean, that's what we want, right? That should be the standard. That should be the Metrix gold standard. Forever.
Like, this was
Early, it was on CNN and New York Post too.
Was it good?
Well, it is now. Fox News, ABC, CNN, New York Post. I could go on.
No, I mean, think about the press. Do you think looking at you, do you think I had a chance in hell?
So we have got about another 20 minutes of playtime here. So we'll probably be online for the next 30 minutes. If you want to help us out, if you're willing and able to help us out with our goal at the top of the chat, guys, we've got 30 minutes to get those gold super chats in. As you all know by now, it's contributing to the Metrix Beast supercomputer. What does that mean for you? That means better streams. What does that mean for us? It means we can put out more content, more ideas easily, because it's been a struggle these last... It's just taken a dive, you know? We've put this poor... If you could see this computer, how small it is. And how pink it is. Rose gold. Yeah, no, I haven't got a problem with that. I'm modern. I'm modern. You know, but no, we can do better. We can do better. But there's a time limit, you know. We've got to get it done. We've got to raise the budget by the end of the month. The end of the month, otherwise we're going to miss that opportunity. And if I have to buy one here, it's like an extra grand. Why? Because everything like that is more expensive in Portugal, because they don't export anything. Olives and fucking cork. And oranges. You know what's crazy though? The oranges you buy in Portugal are from Spain. And the oranges that you grow in Portugal are exported through Spain to northern continental Europe. What is going on with that? I don't know. But yeah, no, tech is expensive in Portugal. Much cheaper in England, where my mother is, who's coming over to Portugal at the beginning of May. So I've got to get her to bring me that beast laptop. That's why that's why we're on time limit. But, you know, we'll do what we can do. If you're willing and able, you can help us out with the goal at the top of the chat. If you're not, that's fine too.
I did, but now I can see why it was clear that you did not.
No.
But I think it was more like, I didn't go into like thinking of Tallahassee people. I obviously didn't know details of like, you know, the X thing with the jury, that whole, you know. So now knowing what I know, no. I don't think you ever said.
There's zero chance. The two executive didn't realize it. If I would have known what I know now, I totally get why you said that. The 2 in 10 jurors that could possibly be decent for you that you get to come out are going to get X by the state. And you're going to be left with the other shit. And the other shit is going to hear what Cappleman is going to restate everything you said wrong, and with the y'all and your sister's book and your sister showing up and your mom's emails, and you are going to be painted in the worst possible way. You will not stand a chance. It doesn't matter what Dan does. It doesn't matter what the jury consultants do. It doesn't matter how low the case comes in. The case can come in amazingly. You don't stand a fucking chance. It's a fact. It's a fact. Like, it's a total fact. You don't have the population to support it. I mean, it's one of those things, like you could tell yourself something all day long. It would be like, putting a 5-star Michelin-rated restaurant in Asheboro, North Carolina, that's got a $250 a person tasting menu. You could be like, oh, I'm going to put the finest food. I'm going to have the best fucking service. I'm going to do everything first rate. Like, honey, you're in fucking Asheboro. There's only so many people in Asheboro that are going to have a $250 plate dinner and keep the restaurant afloat.
Right.
You may tell yourself everything's going to be perfect and everything's going to be, but the climate won't provide for it. The population won't support it. There's a reason why there's not a 5-star Michelin-rated restaurant in Asheboro. You know, they're $250. You know, they're $250 a person. Like, certain places yes, certain places no. But like, you're sitting with people convincing you that like, oh no, this is going to work great. Yeah, no, you stand a chance for sure. People like to eat. People appreciate good food. But like, when you break it down, like, there's always, you know, I don't know if it's a good analogy, but it's like, it's not like, yes, you can talk about doing everything right, and you are doing everything right, but look at where you're going. And that's what the panel basically said. That was like the panel looking at Pay Sam and a brand 5-star rated restaurant that charged $250 a person to Asheboro, and you would look at you and go, y'all don't know where you're bringing that restaurant to. Save your fucking money and go someplace else. You're like, hey, but it's the best of everything.
When did he do that to you again?
He was walking me back from the corner.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
And I'm walking to the parking garage with him. And he said, I gotta ask you a question. I go, yeah. He goes, me and my buddies were talking. We've been saying this for years. Is that if I was you got the money, why did you just run? Go somewhere and try to disappear. Like
yeah, because I look.
Me, I would left. I mean, that's as simple as a man, you know, being in Asheboro and asking me about the fancy restaurant that you're putting in with all the great food and everything. And he's like, wow, you know, why are you wasting your money in this town? I ain't going to be able to support it. It's not going to work. And you know, you're sitting there with all these, you know, interior designers of the restaurant, and, you know, the food, the chef, and the whole show, and you know what you're bringing there. And the guy's just looking at you going, you don't know where you're coming to. Oh, no, but I got this.
Where the fuck you fucking with me?
Yo, you want the whole food.
Oh.
Like, this ain't going to work here.
Christina, thank you so much for helping us out with the beast, Christina. That's so much appreciated.
And you know, and you're sitting there with all your friends and the fucking outsiders. You don't know where you're coming to.
And Tanya, thank you so much as well for your contribution, Tanya, on buymeacoffee.com.
And especially when it's like, she's going to be able to show, and you know, Dan is like, look, Charlie, this jury's not going to like you. They don't have to like you. They just have to understand that you're innocent and it improves a case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
When Georgia went up there, reasonable doubt went out the window. It was, y'all, use your common sense.
He's arrogant.
He's arrogant. He's untouchable. Even his best friend, Ryan Fitzpatrick, said this. Like, but don't take whatever we say in closing to be evidence. No, you're summarizing the case to falsehoods. But then telling people not to listen to you? Of course they're listening to you. Like, if they're not supposed to listen to you, why not just put your headphones on, put your head down, and go to sleep?
Right.
You're summarizing the case with falsehoods.
But don't take my words. Don't listen to those. Use your own.
Don't listen to the prosecutors. Go with what you know. You got to go with the evidence that's presented to you.
No, that's what I just told you.
That's like the most contradictory thing ever. Like, go with the evidence, but don't go with what I just told you. Well, why are you telling me this? You're summarizing it for me. You're spoon feeding a bunch of fucking morons in Tallahassee. who, by the way, your sister just shitted on that before. Like, if I knew that she could have fucking used that stuff the way she did when I was sitting in that courtroom, you know what I was thinking to myself?
What?
I don't stand a fucking chance. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was literally thinking that when she was doing the emails and doing the twisting.
Yeah, when I heard that, I was like, why is this her close? Like, I mean, because honestly, I was like, this is bullshit.
Yeah, she's talking about everything else but the 18th.
Everything else but the 18th, and a lot of things that don't even include you.
Yeah, most of it did.
Well, no, not your sister going, your sister's book, you know what I mean? There's just so many points that, like, she was making that literally weren't even, shouldn't have been discussed on the closing argument of your trial.
Yeah, my mom's crazy email.
Yes, okay, Bree now is the leading authority on what can and cannot be discussed in a closing argument. That shouldn't have come in. That was not evidence. Irrelevant. Oh, these people are so funny.
I mean, there's the motive.
Yeah, I mean, it got her to the point of basically saying, yes, the family doesn't care about you guys.
Yeah, you don't care about you.
Yeah, and that's made more evident when we listen to the post-conviction jailhouse calls. I had that fucking fat white guy on my jury that looked like he was inbred. Do you think he wrote a book? You think he could write a book? That's what he said.
Why should you all care about that? Wendi left for that 48 hours after she drove by Nanny's house. She had her bags packed up and leaving for Miami. She moved into my parents' apartment, 2-bedroom apartment. Like, it wasn't planned. I disagree. I feel like the guy, the sheriff officer, the guy sitting in Ashboro going, what are y'all going to bring in that restaurant up here? It ain't going to work. Never going to work. Never, ever did you even stand a chance. I said to Dan, you could have tried to escape 100 times.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Whoa, look, double whammy. This fucking A, bro, is for Christina. Well done, Christina. Well done, Ryden. Well done, Laura. Nice one, Laura Lee. Tall Laura Lee. She's shrinking and she's still 5'11". Nice. How's that dog getting on? We saw him today on Instagram. Oh, she. The dog. Thanks, Christine, for the super sticker.
From that standpoint now, but it certainly wasn't my mentality. So.
You need to get 12 to walk out of here. So he said, not with that jury. The dude, that was a jury. That was as good as the jury you're going to get out here. So, back in this case, you don't stand a chance, you got arrested. You were done at that point.
I don't like it.
And the bigger, I also feel like the bigger the case is, the more attention it gets, the more they're not going to do stuff to overturn it. You know, like
right.
some county gets overturned. I'm still eating that. No, I'm not. Hey, thank you very much. It is what it is. I'm not going
lose out hope, but I understand what you're saying with the
publicity that it's gotten the spotlight.
Publicity, I think, made it impossible. I told Dan he did the case 100 times up here. He would not have gotten 12 jurors. Not as a prosecutor. If I knew he could have fucking said what she was going to say and lie and make the whole case out to be and what she was going to do with her hometown of Tallahassee, I would have agreed more with the sheriff's officer back then, for sure.
Yeah.
This is from an outsider. I thought I could give it a fair shake. I know there's a lot of good people in Tallahassee, but I really feel like the 2 and 10 that I could have been good jurors for me. Like, I was looking for fair jurors to give me a fair shot, not jurors that were going to be coming in and rooting for me. She had jurors coming in rooting for her. Like, even if you get the X's, I was getting people off that were fucking horrible for me. She was getting people off that would have given me a fair shot. There was only so many that were really my jury, my peers that were going to give me a fair shot.
Right.
You will not have a jury of your peers up here. You will not have a fair shot. You will not win. End of story. And I had to come up here and spend a fortunate amount of money to find that out. Fortunate amount of money. Possibly the rest of my life. To find out what I knew about it. Pretty quick tonight, right?
Did my thank yous for those coffees and super chats come out? I can't remember if I just unmuted now or if I was already on mute. If I was on mute, thank you, Ryden. Thank you, Laura. And double thank you, Christina, who got a 3 fucking A-bro from Ryden. But I don't know if I've already thanked you. So if I have thanked you already, sorry. Is it a sorry or a thank you? I don't know anymore. I don't know.
The people who are standing on the sideline, they're still stupid for me.
No, it's not stupid for you. Fortunately, that's the cards that you were dealt, and it's bullshit.
It's the cards that you were dealt, and it's bullshit. He dealt his own cards. He selected the cards. He tried to rig the deck, cheat, and still got shit cards. It's the cards that you were dealt, and it's bullshit. The luck of the draw, Charlie, the luck of the draw.
My house is getting figured out today, and I'm going to see what I have to do. And I'm not going to throw stuff away. There's stuff I want for all them to have. And I will decide what he gets when I think about the little pictures I have of me and him. It kills me. I don't want him sitting there rolling up pictures he's got of him and his dad in his hand.
It's not going to be like that. He needs stuff like that.
He can sit there and look at the
It's better to have those things to see and look at when he's missing you, because it's not that he misses you. He misses you regardless. It's better to have those things.
It's fucking amazing.
That's because you guys are amazing, okay? You are amazing.
I'll tell
And
you
you
one
need
thing.
that in his room. You need
It's the
photos.
only thing.
And he already has photos, by the way. I mean, I obviously know you have different ones, but the ones that I have, I mean, obviously from ones that he's, baby. But you're in his room already, Charlie. He likes looking at them. He's a strong kid.
Yeah. I know. He's going to be a fantastic kid. He's a great adult. I can tell you this.
Yeah.
Probably the last year that I was with him, I took a lot of videos of the two of us. So yeah. I did it for a reason. Like, so I have a ton, literally every time he was at my house, I have videos of like us interacting and us doing stuff and us making coffee together and us cooking eggs together and like we just do silly stuff on video together.
See, that
And,
stuff I don't have. I would love for someone to see that. Is there a way to put them on some file thing for me to have?
They just got the phone out there and take care of everything. Nothing gets destroyed. But like even I'm telling you, the last time I went with my parents were visiting me.
Yeah.
2 weeks before I got arrested. We went to a Japanese restaurant in Weston. Me, Roman, my mom and dad. And I was having them take video. Lula was sitting on my lap. And my lap was sitting next to me, like eating sashimi together. And like a little video of us talking back and forth with eating sashimi. And as that video was going, I was thinking to myself, like, this kid got this video. Like, literally was thinking that as I'm sitting there, as having thoughts going through my head as I'm sitting there. And like, that's probably one of the best videos ever that my parents have. Don't ask them for it because they get so sad.
I know. I'm not going to ask your parents for anything. The photos are amazing. But if there are some ways to send,
No, this is just real fresh. I don't even want to ask them for it now.
Yeah.
But like every time they see it, they cry. It's like the two of us together. That's it.
I think that's cool.
As the video was being shot, I was thinking stuff in my head. Like I was getting weird feelings as the like surreal feelings as the video was being shot. And that's probably the last video we got together. I mean, everything he would do, like every time we went outside, we were shooting the dog with the hose, running around, like we'd be talking to each other back and forth, and I'd be videoing it while he's doing his thing. Like, they got tons of fucking videos of the two of us. So, or let's look back on.
I know things are fresh right now, and I know it's, but when it comes to, and remembering you, obviously, like, it's not like I have those, we weren't together, and, there's so many things that Roman needs that you have. That,
Let's go back to that writing. Where was that? Where was it?
We put this stuff on video together.
See, that stuff I don't have. I would love for someone to see that. Is there a way to put them on some file thing for me to have?
They just got the phone out there and take care of everything. Nothing gets destroyed. But like even I'm telling you, the last time I went with my parents.
How you doing, Nancy?
Visiting me.
Yeah.
2 weeks before I got arrested. We went to a Japanese restaurant in Weston. Me, Roman, my mom and dad. And I was having them take video. Lula was sitting on my lap. And my lap was sitting next to me, like eating sashimi together.
Yeah, my 2-year-old son was on my lap eating sashimi. Hey, I'm all for giving 2-year-olds sashimi. Here, have this, here 2-year-old child, have this $45 piece of fresh fish that they just flew in first class from Osaka. Yeah, exclusive. I mean, yeah, definitely developing a taste for the finer things, but yeah.
There's like a little video of us talking back. And as that video was going, I was thinking to myself, like, this guy, like literally was thinking that as I'm sitting there, as having thoughts going through my head as I'm sitting there. And like, that's probably one of the best videos ever that my parents have. Don't ask them for it because they get so sad.
I know. I'm not going to ask your parents for anything. The photos are amazing. But if there are some ways to send,
No, it's just real fresh. I don't even want to ask them for it out.
yeah.
But like every time they see it, they cry. It's like the two of us together. That's it.
I think that's all.
As the video was being shot, I was thinking something in my head. Like I was getting weird feelings as the like surreal feelings as the video was being shot. And that's probably the last video we got together. I mean, everything he would do, like every time we went outside and we were shooting the dog with the hose, running around, like we'd be talking to each other back and forth, and I'd be videoing it while he's doing his thing. It's like, they got tons of fucking videos of the two of us. So, what was that to look back on?
I know things are fresh right now, and I know it's, but when it comes to, and remembering you, obviously, like, it's not like I have those, we work together, and, there's so many things that Roman needs that you have. That,
Just telling you, everything that I have is going to Roman. Whatever you get yourself on this case, everything just the we'll care for, we'll provide for Cam, whatever he does. He's gonna be fine. That's all that's getting set up.
I know. So, I don't give a shit about money. I give a shit about person. So I want you to have it.
Just so you know, like everything I have is helpful. So he's gonna get set up.
I gotta leave in like 10 minutes for work. But I love you very much.
Yeah, I've got to leave in 10 minutes for work.
I just looked out there.
I do too. And I know Roman.
I mean,
you
honestly, we're sure I should what Malin said.
I know.
Just
you made Roman's morning. You made his day by calling this morning. I'm so glad you did.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Because I know it's tough for you, and Roman, of course, he just gets the positive energy, and as tough as it is for you, you make him happy. He loves you very much. I know he does. And he'll always love you. Okay. So.
I love you guys.
Yeah, he has anytime you wanna. My boss isn't actually at the office, so I'm going in a little bit later. But I do have a meeting 1 to 2. But between 1 and 2, that's the only time I can't talk. If you want to call me before the phone cuts out, Roman has soccer. If not, then you can call at 6:30. We'll be home, okay?
Yeah, I'll call you. We'll do it at 35, 36 now.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a little bit 3 minutes later. Okay.
Turn it all off. Right around like 36, 37. All
right. Well, we will be home, okay?
But don't with any of that stuff. I'm saving everything, but like I'm gonna have to probably go there with my dad. So I don't want my dad going there alone. And
oh no.
And I don't want you don't have to come. You're not coming down to do that. So you can do everything.
I'm just saying. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't take Roman there, but I mean, if you needed someone to help your parents.
Right. I got hate it. That's not make it hard. So
yeah.
I'll have a mistake.
Well, you just let me know if there's anything I can and can't do from here, okay?
Yeah. No, I'll definitely keep you posted. I love it.
Especially when it comes to your parents, okay?
Yeah, no, I will. They'll, in time, all the photos, all the videos, you'll definitely get them all.
Okay. Well, I certainly wouldn't ask for them. No.
No, I'm not going to have to throw anything away. But I just don't want to talk long enough.
I know.
I will, I'll give you a
Karen
shout.
Reed video.
All right, I love you.
What's up, alibis? Everyone go and give Gigi some love over on prettyliesandalibis.com. Give this channel some love on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Listen, guys, we are gonna shoot. We're gonna shoot. What time are we? 4 hours 16. Okay, yeah, we're gonna spend the whole day prepping tomorrow. Tomorrow's show is gonna be dynamite. It's gonna be a blast. Come back. Friday's show. Does everyone like a show on a Friday? Should we start early or late? Let's try and start a little earlier. Let's try and start at 8. How about 8? Yeah, keep an eye out for that on Discord or our social networks. Link in the description. Like, share, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel. Hit that thumb on your way out, guys. That helps us out a great deal. Thank you so much to the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, the bulletproof Metrix moderators, and everyone else that just watches and listens. That's all right too. We like you as much as the next person. We like you way more than any Adelson. Tomorrow's show is going to be yet to be decided. Yet to be decided. We're gonna see how much grind we can get out of this laptop in its dying days. Dying days. God, can you imagine this time in 10 days? In 10 days, we are gonna have the beast. If we believe it, it will get here. If we believe it, it will get here. And thanks so much to everyone who supports that endeavor. Couldn't be more appreciated, guys. And we promise we're going to give you back that value tenfold. That's the Metrix promise. Okay, we're going to say good night. We're going to say have a pleasant evening. And come back tomorrow. There's that outro. Thank you so much, guys. True Crime Metrix outs.